page.
So, are tomeka paragraph ya mathomo linyaka hona le tšelinya di fetola me paragraphing eo.
My lady, I know that advocate has seen.
Yes, I've noted her. And somebody, I think, there is an echo somewhere. I don't know who that is. Miss Hasim, do you have any problem anywhere?
Sorry, my lady, I had my hand up for a while and then I had to interject. Sorry to interrupt. It's just in relation to additional statements by the witness that are in the record. And there are two that I'd like to refer to for my learned friend's assistance.
Which ones are those?
The one is at page 4786. And that's
4786. 4786. Yes.
That's in respect of Mr. Franz Decker.
Yes.
And the second is at page 8157. And that's in respect of Mr. Aaron Mkwanazi. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you very much. Yes, you may proceed. I think there was a question that was posed to the witness.
Mo page 1, mo page 547, mo paragraph ya mathomo. Ha ona selinya ka go se fetola fa we. Mo paragraph number 1.
Mo paragraph number 1.
Mo
ga gore ke owner ke mmereki wa Tshepong Healthcare Center ke CEO.
No, the change that I want to make is that it is written there that I'm the owner. I'm not an owner. I just work for the place called Urle Plegela by Vijayini.
Tshepong Healthcare Center, the CEO.
You know, I just work for the Tshepong Healthcare Center.
Any other amendments in respect of this paragraph?
Page 1, more paragraph 1. How's necessary? Paragraph 2.
Just before you proceed, thank you, Mr. Interpreter. There is Mr. Late.
My lady, just regarding, sorry. Just regarding the first paragraph, there's a part of her evidence that was not interpreted. She said she's the CEO of Tshepong. She didn't just work for them. She said she was the CEO. That's the Chief Executive Officer, my lady.
So, hona le ntwe berele ke le na CEO ya go Tshepong.
Witness understand, or do you want to deal with that, Mr. Bihlela?
Miss Morale, on paragraph 1, I understand that you indicate you are the CEO of Tshepong Healthcare Center. Is that correct?
Mo paragraph 1 linya go bolela ke le na CEO ya go Tshepong Health Center. That is correct.
We are moving to paragraph 2. Are there any amendments that you wish to make?
Rega fitela go paragraph 2. Hona le di fetolo tse
Are there any further amendments you wish to make in this paragraph?
So le feditse ka tse linya ka go re fetola mo paragraphing eo. That is correct.
Let's move to paragraph 3. Are there any amendments you wish to make there?
A re fitele paragraphing ya boraro, hona le di fetolo tse linya ka go di dira fo mo paragraphing eo.
ga anything.
Laring?
Ga gona mo ke nyaka go change gona.
No, I don't want to make any amendments in that paragraph.
We move on to paragraph 4.
Arifite lego paragraph 4.
My lady, just for the benefit of the court, there was a document that was uploaded, I think on Monday. Advocate Late can confirm that. The intention of that document, my lady, it contains a list.
To compute this simultaneously, because
Okay.
I'm alone with the witness. It's under section 412.
It seems he has got a problem.
My lady,
Mr. Lee?
it's
Yes.
from page 37512 to 37520
37512.
to 37520.
Okay. Thank you. You may proceed.
As your ladyship pleases. We're on paragraph 4, and you indicated that. Are there any amendments that you wish to make?
Remo paragraph 4. Hona le difetolo tse le nyakang go di dira mo paragraph 4. Yes, there are some changes that I want to make.
Continue.
Tswela pele.
More paragraph, more sentence number 7 from the bottom.
On the 7th sentence, counting from the bottom,
Mo ke bolelago ka babereki,
where I was talking about the workers,
ke 66 instead it's a 40, it's a 58.
a ke a le kwa botse?
Ke 66 ya babereki.
It is 66 workers. Se se ngwadilweng fa we ba ngwadile goreng?
Ba ngwadile gore 58.
Well, it is written 58, and I want to le nyako e fetolela ebe 66.
Eh,
I want to change the 58 to 66.
This relates to care workers.
Ke ba le ba bitsang di care workers.
ke staff se sotlhe re se feleletse.
Well, it is the complete staff.
Hmm?
Ke staff se feletseng
That's
ke kae ba ne ba bereka ka 24-hour shift ka mgo le ba ngwadileng.
ke be ke na le di-care workers di
Say,
25
I had 25 healthcare workers, tswelang pele.
registered nurse tse pedi.
30.
Tse pedi. Le go
Pedi.
itseng for-
Okay, I had 2 registered nurses.
Yeah. And re na le the auxiliary nurse tse 80.
We had 8 auxiliary nurses.
Re na le 7 ya di-general workers.
We had 7 general workers.
Le 8 di-security.
We had 8 security officers.
Yes, was that all?
Bafeletši.
Eh,
That is correct, Melanie.
Continue, Mr. Pichel.
As your ladyship pleases, My lady, I will come back to this aspects because there seems to be additional people who, in terms of my instructions, were there.
Continue.
So that concludes the amendments in respect of paragraph 4. Now look at paragraph 5. Are there any changes, amendments that you wish to make?
A re fitlhele ko paragraph 5 go na le difetolo tse di nyakang go di dira fo.
Mo go line ya mathomo
Yes, on the first line.
ke mo go reng ke re ke receivile license ya Department of Health ke di 1 tsa April 2016. Not the
That is why it talks about my receiving a license from the Department of Health. Ke 20? Would like 20 ngwaga?
Ke the 1 tsa March 2016.
That is on the 1st of March 2016.
Initially you said April, now you are saying March.
So mathomo le buletše ka April, bjale le bolela ka March.
Ka April, the 1 tsa April.
Oh, no, it is the 1st of April.
Which year?
Ngwaga ofi?
2016.
It was in 2016.
Mr. Morale, do you have the statements that you made amendments to in front of you?
Una le tšona the statement tše le di fetotšeng pela lena le di swere?
Awa, ka di tshwara.
No, I do not have those statements.
Okay, are there any further amendments you wish to make to this paragraph?
Go na le difetogo tše ding tše le nyakang go di dira mo paragraphong eo?
Awa.
No.
My lady, in the interest of saving time, because I was finished with amendments that were made in manuscript. I'll propose that we get the statement on record, and then I'll take the witness through to the paragraphs where she has indicated that she made amendments, because I assume that she has the same statements that she had, that she has finished me with today at the proceedings, which would have fast-tracked this process any further.
She said she doesn't have it.
Yeah, and that is a problem because I'm looking at the document and the amendment that she indicated that she wanted to make, and some things are being left on the wayside, and I wouldn't want to interject her. So I think maybe it's better that.
But is it something that is readable? We don't want something that cannot be read.
It's in manuscript, my lady, and.
Has it been signed?
It has not been signed. It's merely amendments that were more like notes, my lady, that she was making on the thing. I wanted to take her through to the relevant paragraphs.
Just take her through the document. But it's a problem because if it is not signed, it's going to be a problem. If you can just continue.
As your ladyship pleases. Ma'am, I want you to look at paragraph 7, line 3 to 6.
Paragraph 7, line 3. I'm looking at it.
I think. Are there any amendments that you wish to make?
So, on a little jelling out the fetola of mo.
Mo ga gore ke balwetse ba 93. O ka re ke koditse 100. A ke sa le sure ka yana ka dipampiri tsela ke di latlhegile.
Where
And
it
then
says there are 93 patients, I think the number should be 100. I do not have the papers because those papers are lost. So I don't have the exact number.
then le mo ga
Just a second, Mrs. Morale. We want to follow your evidence. You have been referred to line 3 on this particular paragraph.
Line 3 ya paragraph A. Laibon.
ke a bona ya ke go receive 185 go balwetse ba go tswa life estimate.
So lichere 185 go tswa go life estimate. A ke le kwešiše botse. Bolelang gape?
Balwetse ba botlhe ba go tswa Waverley le Rand West ba botlhe ne ba dira 185.
The patients that came from Waverley and Rand West were 185.
So balwe ga ke ba receive from life estimate ke ba filwe ke di official study department.
I did not receive them from Life Esidimeni, but they were handed over to me by officials from the department.
Yes, go on.
Just a second. Yes.
Tswela pele.
So balwetse ba file ba di nurse tse di bego di le teng. Ga ba bolela le bona ba re ba na di identification tse tsotlhe. And then
bolelang gape ke na le timelanyana le rileng.
ke re balwetse ne ba straight mo matsogong ga ka gobane ke na le babereki bao ba tshwanetseng ba ba tlhokomele ba ba tsebang ba na go lebelela eng go na di nurse professional nurse.
Just a second. I'm going to request you not to say a lot of things, Ms. Morale, to enable the witness to interpret what you are saying. Otherwise, we are not going to follow.
No, ke kopa ga le bolele sentence e tee fela le ske la tšwela pele ka gore ge le boleletše dilo tše dintšhi ga re kgone gore latelela gabotse la kwešiša gore re kgone go translate la kwešiša I get it. I do understand, my lady.
Yes. If you can just interpret what he has just said when I interjected.
As the court pleases. These patients were not handed directly over to me, but they were handed over to the people who were best positioned to be able to understand their conditions.
Who are those people?
E be e le bo mang batho bao?
Ke be ke na le di nurse di enrolled nurse.
O ne o nna le di nurse le di eng?
Le di staff nurse.
These were nurses and staff nurses.
My lady, may I venture a suggestion that might actually fast track this process because we've got several statements still outstanding.
Yes, please do.
If your ladyship can grant us the indulgence, I can forward these statements because I received them via email to Advocate Late so he can print for the witness and the witness can then be able to move quicker. I'd assume that she would be having them with her at the time when she comes to testify.
Okay.
So I think that my lady will assist us because we are moving. I see the witness is struggling because she's still reading through the document and then trying to make sense of which one and so on. So I think that might assist this process greatly, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Lane? I think that's a good suggestion. Otherwise, we will not move.
My lady, I totally agree with that.
Okay.
That will assist the faster movement of the proceedings.
Okay, I see it's now a few minutes before 11 o'clock. How much time would you require? I think you can do this during the tea break. Can we resume at 1:15?
My lady, I forwarded the documents. I think Mr. Late can indicate how long you'll need maybe to print them and make them available. Because on my end, I've just forwarded them to him.
Mr. Late?
It will take only a minute or two, my lady.
Okay. So should we wait or should we take the tea break and then continue at 1:15?
I suggest we take the tea break, my lady.
I'm in agreement, my lady.
Thank you. The witness is warned that she's still under oath.
So Ikwang was gape ba le gopotsa gore le tlamile gore le tla bolela nnete la kwešiša. I do understand, my lady.
Yes, we are going to take the tea break, but before we do that, I see there is a hand from Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. May I perhaps suggest that the amended affidavit that has now been sent to Mr. Late, that perhaps be sent to all parties. It would assist all of us to follow the amendments with greater ease.
He's talking about notes. I don't know whether it's in manuscript. I don't know whether that will, and it's not an affidavit. In fact, it's just notes and there is no signature. I don't know. Perhaps that can assist because everyone has to follow the proceedings.
They're a product of consultations, my lady. I think that would be in violation of the attorney-client privilege. I'm merely providing the witness so that she can recall which paragraphs she indicated. But those were done through a process of consultation. It might be difficult. It's an ethical issue. If the witness consents, I don't have a problem.
Ms. Hassim, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. van Bergen.
My lady, I think my learned friend, Mr. Pitlela, is the best place to know whether we can have sight of those notes. It would assist us to follow, but there might be something on the notes that
yes,
that is privileged. So I accept that. I just wanted to suggest, my lady, that for the next witness of Mr. Pitlela, Ms. Mube, if the amendments can be done in advance and signed.
Yes, in fact, yeah. Because
So
I'm just worried. I don't want somebody to be given to us which is not signed, especially once we are told that this is something that was done in consultation. And it might be difficult for a thing that is still in manuscript to be also read, you know, if it is handed in. So I've got difficulties in accepting that. Perhaps for the next witness, as the others did previously, something should be prepared which is properly signed, also to save the court's time, because now we're taking so long and it appears there are so many documents. Unless if we can just give you some time to deal with these things because you already have them in manuscript. I don't know whether that will help.
My lady, with reference to the next witness, the difficulty that I have is I don't sit with the witness in front of me. She's in Pretoria, I'm in Benoni. So in order for me to be able to get through that process, I don't know how anybody proposes I do that in between this witness and that one. I have not even received the amendments that I requested from that witness. So they come, I've simply dealt with them as and when they arrive on my desk or in my inbox. So
Yeah,
that is unless we're gonna postpone and allow me to arrange a day where I'll meet with the witness and then make those nice little amendments and then forward it to everybody. I'm more than willing to do that.
Mr. Pichel, we were all in recess. I don't understand. Okay, can I hear the others? Mr. Late?
My lady, as far as the privilege is concerned, the privilege belongs to the witness. She can waive the privilege if she is satisfied that she won't be prejudiced by waiving the privilege. As far as the signature of those are concerned, or of changes is concerned, I appreciate your ladyship's wish that those documents are of a more official status. But when if the witness testify concerning those changes under oath, it doesn't matter whether they are signed or not. She's
Yes,
under
I
oath
understand
and she testifies to that. I'll discuss it with her. If she, I don't know whether the court wants to ask her whether she is willing for the other legal representatives to have insight into those changes.
Yes, Mr. Pichela.
My lady, I'll need to consult with my witness in that regard and warn her of any possible consequences.
Yes,
I would not
that's
want her to just be that do you consent to this being made available? She has to understand what the implications of those would be. And that will require me to be the one to discuss the matter with her.
Okay, let
Yes,
Mr.
Your
Late.
Ladyship,
Mr.
please.
Late, are you done?
I am done, my lady. I think we can proceed. I'll print out the documents, and we can proceed with the evidence of the witness. Mr. van Bergen, if he wants it, can have it later.
Because there is also an issue that those are inscriptions, just some notes. What
Yes.
if there is something that is written there? I mean, which
Yes,
the witness,
but,
yes,
yeah.
but can we allow Mr. Pichela to consult with the witness in the meantime?
My
Regarding,
lady, I submit that we proceed with the evidence today.
Mhm.
As I understood, Mr. Pichlela, it's only to refresh the witness's mind
correct,
regarding
yes.
the paragraph. So she can testify about that. And I don't think it's necessary for those documents to be seen by the other representatives, because the witness will testify about what she wants to tell the court in that regard.
Okay. Mr. van Bergen, do you want to say something regarding this? Because
Thank you,
you've
my
raised the
lady.
issue.
My lady,
Yes.
the suggestion was made purely in an effort to expedite matters, to
Yes.
everyone to follow. If Mr. Pichlela is concerned about breach of patient attorney-client confidentiality, I appreciate that, although I would, strictly speaking, that has already been waived by making the document available to Mr. Late. But I will leave it at that, lady. I'm not going to insist that the document be disseminated.
All right. On that note, we are taking the tea break now, and we will resume at 11:15. The witness has been warned. Thank you.
As your ladyship pleases.
As Your Ladyship pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yeah, just at least 5 minutes will do, because we're just marking so that when she goes to that statement, it can correlate with the numbering that we have.
Okay,
statements
just
were
indicate
printed,
when
but-
you are done.
Yes,
That's
Your
fine.
Leadership, please.
The matter shall stand down for now. Thank
Yes, Your
you.
Leadership, please.
Okay. You can sit there and talk. So,
Mr. Late,
we-
you're not muted.
My lady, it seems to have been sorted now, thanks to Advocate Late, yes.
Thank you very much. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
La hopolo le somebody tlamelo re tla bolela nnete? Yes, I confirm, my lady.
Yes, you may proceed, Mr. Pitlabi.
Yes, Your Ladyship, please. Ms. Morale, we're going to start with the document on page 547.
Re tla thoma ka tokomane ya rena mo page 547.
You have the document in front of you?
O na le tokomane e swere pele ga gago? Yes, I document in front of me.
Please list the amendments that you wish to make and the paragraphs for the court.
Ke kopa o re botse kgoro gore le nyaka change di paragraphs tse di file tse di fe gore di dire bjani di bonagale di di bjani.
Paragraph 2, paragraph 7.
I want to change in paragraph 2 and paragraph 7.
Let's do this, Miss Morale. Deal with paragraph 2, finish with your amendments there, go to the next paragraph, and so on and so forth.
Ke kopa re dire re bereke ka mokgwano. Ka gore le lebelele paragraph 3 le re botse re le change eng fa we and ge le fetša re tla fetela ko e nngwe. La kwešiša? Yes, I do understand.
Just before
Yes,
you
please
proceed, while you do that, please explain yourself. Don't say a lot of things so that the interpreter can be able to interpret what you will be saying to the court for the benefit of the court and others.
Ke kopa ge le bolele ntho e tee fela le ska bolela le tše dintši gore re kgone gore re fetolele mo sekgoeng. La kwešiša? I understand, my lord, your ladyship.
Yes, continue.
Le kana la tšwela pele.
More paragraph 2, line from 3 to 4.
And paragraph 2 in line 3 to 4.
I work at Santa Tsepong as a trained community health care worker. Santa Tsepong.
I wanted to say I worked at Santa Tsepong as a trained community healthcare worker.
Continue.
Le kana la tšwela pele.
Paragraph 7.
Are go paragraph 7.
Are you done with paragraph 2?
Le feditše ka paragraph ya bobedi. Le feditše ka paragraph.
You might have to lead your witness, otherwise we still back to the same thing.
That's your ladyship, please. Ma'am, on paragraph 2, are there any other amendments that you wish to make?
Mo paragraph 2, go na le se di seng se le nyakang gore se fetolwe.
Other than what you have already said.
Ka ntle ka se le se boletšeng. Go na le se le nyakang go tlaleletša ka sona.
More line 7 from the bottom.
On line 7 from the bottom.
Objectives on the Constitution that we will be at the center. And then to accommodate.
Ke kopa le thome mathomong le rile mo line 7 e reng?
Line 7 from the bottom.
maybe let me assist you. The line starts with, I then decided to add more objectives on the constitution that
we will use the center to accommodate mental health care.
So,
okay, my lady, here.
Just leave the witness, Mr. Pichela. We can follow what she's saying.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes, let her complete what she wants to say. Continue, Ms. Morale.
Ms. Morale.
Oh, on the objective, we say objectives of the constitution that we will use the center to accommodate mental patients.
What is it that you want to change here, to amend?
Because I said I was using so that.
It is the part
where we will use the center to.
The change is apparently to say that we will use the center instead of saying I was using it.
Okay.
Again.
That
is correct. That is how I wanted to change.
Okay.
And that concludes your amendments to paragraph 2.
So, paragraph 2. That is correct.
Yes, and the next paragraph is, which you wish to amend?
Paragraph
Paragraph 3.
It is in paragraph 3.
Line 5.
In line 5.
From us, inquire from us as to whether we are still interested. Where I say if I am, is we are.
The change there is where it says I am, it should change to we are.
Inquire from me, to be
from
inquire
us.
from us, to read inquire from us.
If it change is cover inquire from me, it inquire from us.
Yes.
That is correct.
Continue.
Pile.
And then it's all up in a sentence, more line 5, healthcare users to inform us that if we feel interested, we will be.
Don't you, just a second, can the interpreter access case line, or can somebody display that on the screen for him to follow? It doesn't seem as if he has access to case line. Can anybody assist Mr. Pichela here? Just for the sake of time, while you are trying to assist here, I'll just. What I pick up, you'll confirm, Mrs. Morale, the sentence 246, line 6 on paragraph 3. It says healthcare users and to inform me as if I'm still interested, I will be receiving patients from Life Esidimeni Care Center. Did I understand you to be saying to inform us that if we are still interested, we will be receiving patients from Life Esidimeni? So the I should be changed to, and the me should be changed to us and we.
Like
That
which
is
is
correct, my lady.
Can the interpreter interpret that to the witness?
like which is gore ba rile phetogo e leng nyakang go e bona mo ke mo e reng me e change to us. Ke yona. That is correct, my lady.
And I to we.
And le gape le mo e reng I e tshwanetse e fetolwe e be we. Ke nnete. That is correct, my lady.
Yes, Miss Marriott, I saw you are in. If you can assist us that these paragraphs be, the statements referred to be displayed on the screen, or even Miss Santa, I don't know whether Sasha is there to assist. Continue so that the interpreter can be able to follow the proceedings.
My lady, Miss Marriott is not in. The witness
Oh,
is
I thought
using
you, the witness
her
is
computer.
okay. All right. But Sasha is also there. Are you there, Sasha? Or anybody else who can assist?
My lady, Miss Stevens.
Thank you very much. I can see there is something here. The interpreter must just familiarize himself with this. If the screen can be, the paragraph can be moved. Now we are done with the first part of paragraph 3. Direct your witness, Mr. Pihlele.
Ma'am, are there any more amendments you wish to make on paragraph 3? Well, those the only amendments.
Le feditse ka diphetogo tse le nyakang go di bona mo paragraph 3 kapa go samtse go na le tse dingwe? No, they are finished. They are those are all the changes that I wanted to make.
On paragraph 3.
Le ra mo paragraph 3 again. That is correct, my lady.
Let's move on to the next paragraph. Any other amendments?
Go na le ge re fetela go paragraph e latelang go na le di fetogo tse di nyakang go di bona fa we.
Diphetogo tse di leng teng ke tsela ke di dirile mo from mo bottom line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Line 7, from line 7. Ke dirile ya gore babereki.
There is a change that is on the 7th line from the bottom where it talks about the workers.
What about the workers?
If
you can read the sentence so that we can follow.
Sentence
Line 7, 8. Is that we recruited 58. We say 68 staff.
Where are we, Ms. Morale? We are on paragraph 4 now.
Yeah, from the bottom line.
Oh, yes, from the bottom. Line 7 from the bottom.
Yes.
Yes, you can carry on. You said what?
Here we recruited 68.
Oh, okay.
Staff.
This is what you dealt with previously,
yes.
Where you said that it was a total of 56 workers.
Ke mo le boletseng ka yona ka pele gore ke mo le boletseng gore ke batho ba 56.
By 68.
They are supposed to be 68 workers.
68.
68 babereki ba botlhe.
68. That is correct, my lady. It is 68.
So the correct number in total should be 68.
So the number is 68. That is correct, my lady.
Can you just give a breakdown of those 68?
Ke kopa le re fe gape gore ke ba bakae bo mang ba bereki ba ine le ba mohuta emi biang le gore le ba bakae ba leng ba mohuta o.
25 care workers.
It is 25 healthcare workers,
4 enrolled nurse,
4 enrolled nurses,
2 registered professional nurses, 1 psych and 1.
Just go slow, Miss.
Emma,
Miss.
Emma, this kaki dream.
25
Little-
care workers,
25
enrolled-
healthcare workers.
care workers.
Lileki 25 care workers again.
A.
That is correct.
4 enrolled nurses,
Larigidi enrolled nurses J4.
A.
That is correct, my lady.
yes, you can take it from there.
Then il gacho la pilo go tloga fa we.
8 auxiliary nurses,
8 auxiliary nurses,
2 registered nurses,
2 registered nurses,
7 general workers,
7 general workers,
7 gardeners,
7 gardeners,
4 work in the kitchen,
4 workers in the kitchen,
4 in the laundry,
and 4 workers in the laundry,
8 security,
8 security officers.
affiliates.
That is all, my lady.
Thank you.
On the enrolled nurses, I heard you mention 1 psych, 1 something. Can you just clarify that?
More enrolled
the-
nurses,
on the-
ke
on
kula
the-
re bolela ka gore 1 psych, 1 engwe le ka tlhalosa fa we.
The enrolled nurses when an experience a psych patient, and then can allow 1 psychiatric nurse.
Le kopa le bolele gape ka di enrolled nurses gore ba na le 1 ya psych ya eng.
The enrolled nurses ke ma retired ya psych, ne ba bereka ko psych ko Vescopis.
The enrolled nurses are retired psychiatric nurses who used to work at Vescopis.
And 1 psychiatric nurse,
And then 1 psychiatric nurse.
and then 1 nurse, general nurse.
And then 1 general nurse.
So the 1 general nurse and the 1 psych nurse were in addition to the 4 enrolled nurses, correct?
So 1 general nurse le 1 psych nurse ne ba tlaleletša di nurse.
Ke bona ba-
Enrolled.
Di ne ba
Enrolled
tlaleletša di
nurses.
enrolled nurses.
The enrolled nurse di bereka under supervision ya di registered nurse.
The enrolled nurses work under the supervision of a registered nurse.
Just listen to the question. These 2
Okay,
nurses
let's
that
be-
you have just spoken about.
The 2
the-
nurses that you just
the-
mentioned are the
Yes,
registered nurses.
1
correct?
1 psychiatric nurse and 1 general nurse. Is that in addition to the number of 4 enrolled nurses that you have just mentioned?
Theeletšang potšišo ge, e re nurse 80 psychiatric nurse le 1 general nurse ba tlaleletša di manese a 4 a le boletšeng ka ona e le rileng ke di enrolled nurses.
A.
Auxiliary.
Hmm?
My lady, there are 4 auxiliary nurses and 2 registered nurses. The question that I was asking was to clarify and categorize the 2 registered nurses. The witness has indicated on these 2 registered nurses, one of them is a psych nurse and the one other it's a general nurse. That is how I understood her testimony.
Yeah, I'm getting confused because the way I understood her, she spoke of 4 enrolled nurses, and your question was in relation to the 4 enrolled nurses. She can just clarify it, or you can deal with it.
Okay, let's get clarity here. Ma'am, you mentioned that you had 2 registered nurses, correct?
Le boletše la re ne le na le di-two registered nurses tše pedi, ke nnete? That is correct.
What kind of nurses are they?
E ne le ni nurse tša mohuta mang?
Psychiatric nurse.
The
general nurse, M1.
There was one psychiatric nurse and one general nurse.
And then you had also, on top of that, you also had 4 auxiliary nurses.
So go tlaleletša fa we o ne na le gape di auxiliary nurses J4.
It is staff nurse, enrolled nurse, it is staff nurse.
It was enrolled nurses and those are staff nurses.
Okay, let's just move on.
Okay, are there any further amendments you wish to make to this paragraph 5?
So go na le diphetogo tše ding tše le nyaka di go tšeketša mo paragraph 5.
First sentence. On the 1st April, we received, instead we received.
And the very first sentence, instead of saying I received, it should read we received.
Just let's start with the date there of the 22nd of March 2016. Do you want to change that date?
Are thome ka date eo le nyaka e dula e le ka mokgwa kapa le nyaka e fetola?
Ya e fetola e be ka di 1 tsa April.
I want that date to change to the 1st of April. Ngwaga le nyaka o dule o le ka mokgwa ona kapa le nyaka o fetola?
Ka ona mokgwa o.
I want the year to remain 2016.
We.
On the following word, I should change to we.
Yes.
Line
4.
And then
A.
Is the number of patients there correct?
Nomoro ya balwetši e leng mo ke yona kapa ho na le bothata ka yona nomoro eo?
Nomoro ke yona.
The number of the patients is correct.
Mo e thoma ka I ke we attended.
The following word is I attended. It should read we attended.
And then are there any other amendments?
Una le difetogo tše ding? No, there are no more changes that I want to effect in this one.
Let's turn over to paragraph 6. It's on the next page.
Are go paragraph 6, page e latelang.
Any amendments in this paragraph? Is the date there correct?
Una le tšhelete le nyaka go di fetola mo date ke yona ba engwetše gabotse?
Date ke yona mo ke reng I received ke kgopela bja we received.
No, the date is correct.
Is this not paragraph 6? Do we have any date on this paragraph?
No, my lady, I was dealing with the last portion of that paragraph 5 where there is a date. And the witness has indicated that the date is correct.
So
then we can now move to paragraph 6.
Okay.
Go paragraph 6.
Continue.
Paragraph 6.
There's nothing that I want to change in paragraph 6.
Then let's go to paragraph 7. That starts with on the 12th of May.
Are go paragraph 7 e thomang on the 12th of May.
I received. We received.
Where it says I received, I want it to change to we received.
Mm.
And the number of patients there, will that number be in accordance with the additional list that you submitted?
And nomoro ya balwetse mo e tsamaelana le nomoro le list e mpšha e le tsentšhitšeng?
Aowa, ga e tsamaelang.
No, they do not correspond.
Which is the
What is
correct
the correct
number?
number?
Nomoro e le nyakang gore e ngwadilwe mo ke eng?
Ga ke sure, ka re ke 112 ba botlhe.
I'm not sure, but I
Okay.
think it is 112 in total.
I don't know if the patient was, the witness was provided with the list, but according to your list, for the date of the 12th of May, it indicates 161.
I get tsebo kapa le swere list ma ka mo nomoro e tsamaelang le di 12 tša May ke 161.
Ke tshepa go le yona ya nnete eo. Ke a
I
leboha.
think that is the correct number.
Continue.
Tswela pele.
So this will then mean that here on the 12th of May, you received 161 patients instead of 93, correct?
So gore mo ka di 12 tša May gore le amogetše balwetse ba 161 e seng ba 93 ke nnete?
Ee.
That is correct.
And then there's another date of the 28th of May. Any amendments there?
Go na le date e nngwe ya di 28 tša May le nyaka gore e dula e le ka mokgwana o kapa le nyaka e change?
The 27.
No,
Around
it
the
must
27.
ka mo 28 tša May le nyaka ba re ke 27.
Ee.
Yes, on
So
the
it's-
date where on the first line where it says the 28th of May, I want the date to change to the 27th.
Yes.
Re amogetse balwetse ba ba 13 ba tswa ba Randfontein.
We
Randwest.
received 13 patients from Randfontein.
Just to, oh yeah, no, that's fine. So the 96 here should change to 13, 13.
Ee. Ee.
So more pangwadileng 96 tshwantse
Sorry,
e
92.
92 le tshwantse le nyaka e re 13.
Ee.
That is correct.
And you say they came from
O rile
Life
ne ba e tswa
Esidimeni,
kae?
Waverley.
Ba tswa ba le Randwest ko Randfontein.
No, they came from Randwest in Randfontein.
Can we, let's just before we proceed so that we shouldn't be confused. I'm getting confused. This statement, the way you want to amend it, you are saying on the 12th of May 2016, you received 161 patients.
Ee.
And on the 28th of May, you received the second batch of, you want to amend 92 to 13. But from what you are explaining, what I don't understand is that these users, the 92, according to the statement that you have made here, it says the 92 come from Life Esidimeni, Waverley, and Rest West Care. Now you're talking about 13 only from Rent West.
Yale se ke yang go se kwishisha gore o rile mo nearly 92 o rile ke o nyaka gore e be 13 and batho ba 13 ba o nyaka gore re ba tswa ko Life Esidimeni Waverley le Rand West Care Center.
No. That's not what I'm saying. According to this statement, the 92, this number that you have just put here, which you want to correct. The number says the 92 mental care users are from Life Esidimeni, Waverley, and Rand West Care Centers, respectively. Now, you have just told us now that you want to rectify this 92 to 13, but the 13 you said it's from Rand West Care Centers. So I want you to clarify whether this is the correct number that you want to rectify, because now you are talking about only 13 from Rand West. So does it mean that on this particular day, the 28th, you didn't receive any patients from Waverley?
When taking a go ikwishisha gore la mathomo orele 92 patients and bajwa Life Esidimeni Waverley le go Rand West. Bjale uri 13 e o bolelang ga yona e tswa go Rand West Care Center ora gore bjale o nya go change ore ka di 28 tša May ne go sina batho ba tswang go Life Esidimeni Waverley.
Yes.
My lady, is the 27th.
The 27th, correct, yes.
Ka tsona di 27.
Ka di 27 re ba go tswa Rand West.
Yes, on the 27th, we received people from Rand West.
Only.
Fail. That is correct, my lady.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go on. So you're changing, you are removing Waverley there, and what should remain there? It's Rand West or Randfontein. Is it the same thing, Rand West and Randfontein?
So what's go tlosa Waverley le se Rand West isa le gona mo gore je ntwe le nyaka gore botse le nyaka inoba Rand West Care Centers fela.
Ka di 28, ka di 27.
That is correct. That relates to the 27th.
Continue.
And go on.
Tswela pele.
Mo ke bolela ke line 4.
On the fourth line.
Line 4, MHC, we received.
On the line 4, after the MHC use, where it says I received, it should change to we received.
So the number of patients, is it correct? 185.
So number ya balwetši 185 le thagetše ka yona. That is correct.
But ma'am, if you look at the numbers here, we have 161 and 113. So they come to 174.
Hele lebela di nomoro tše le mathomo ke 161 and ge le kopantšha le 13 e le boletšeng ka yona e dira 174.
And I understand that this 185 refers to the total number of patients that you received during the marathon project.
So go to 185 e bolela ka balwetši botlhe ba le ba hweditšeng ka marathon project.
So did you receive any other patients on another day?
Le la amogela balwetši ba bangwe ka le lengwe la matšatši.
Re bile ra ba receive ka di 26 tsa May ba itswa ba le Waverley, but ga ke sa gopola ga botse gore ke ba ba kae.
On the 26th of May, we received more patients coming from Waverley, but I do not remember the exact number of those patients.
According to the list, it indicates that there are 3 patients that were received on the 26th from Waverley. Would you agree with that?
La dumela gore go na le ba lwetši ba bararo ba tlileng ka di 26 ba etswa ko Waverley le dumelana le tsona tseo. That is correct.
And gape ke ka wa ba le ba bangwe ka di 31 tsa May le gona ga ke sa gopola gore re ne go le ba ba kae.
And there were some more patients that came on the 31st of May, but I do not remember how many they are.
According to your list, it indicates that on the 31st there were 8 patients.
Ka list ya lena e bontsha gore ka di 31st go tlile balwetse ba ba 80.
Ke tshepa bjalo mo go tlhaka ke sa go nape ke gopola ga botse mo ke mo mathomo ga di 12 gore ke 161 or ke 171 ke mo ke seng sure ka yona.
Well, I do not remember correctly, but then starting on the 12th, I don't remember whether it was 161 or it was 171. I'm not really sure about that number.
Now, that's fine. We can move on. We'll come and deal with that list in particular, and it will be made available to you. Focusing on paragraph 7.
Are you go paragraph 7?
Now, you ended at 185. Are there any amendments you wish to make further from starting from there?
Le felletse le fitlhile go 185 go na le phetogo tse ding tse le nyakang go di dira go tloga fa we?
Ke feleletse ke na le re na le 185. So line e latelang.
Just read it.
Kopa le ba le line eo.
Mo gona mo line 4 e thoma mo teng ke tla mo line 5. The patient were identified by the department officials members.
The patients were identified by officials from the department.
Not life Esidimeni.
And it was not life Esidimeni.
And then the rest of the paragraph should continue as it is.
And the paragraph
Sorry, rather the line.
No. Line EU. Ising paragraph.
Line A felela ka gona mo go ile ka go.
Yes, the line should remain as it is. The rest of the line should remain as it is.
Meaning the patients were identified by the government the department officials by calling their names, but patients didn't respond. Is that what you're saying?
The patients were identified by officials from the department by calling their names, but patients did not respond. That is correct.
Continue.
Line 5 there. Patients were in possession of referral letter. That so I was informed gore balwetse ba tlile ba na le di referral letters but ba sena history le medication wa 21 days or expiring.
It should change there to from the patients were in possession of referral letters, medication for 21 days to I was informed that the patients had referral letters, no medical history, and a medication of 21 days that was expired.
Continue.
Tswelampile.
Mobile line 8, line 7, the mental health care users were critical, not well, clinical, not well.
So it's actually it's
Malady, I'm sorry.
clinically not well,
Yeah, just a
critically not
second.
well.
Just a second. Can
I'm
we
sorry,
hear
I
Mr.
wasn't aware that my mic was muted. I kept repeating myself over and over here like a madman. I wanted to ask the witness in clarification of what he's stating now, to say that on the 12th of May, where she says, I was informed, she was not personally there.
Ke nyaka gore o tlhalose gape gore ka di 12 tša May haba mo o reng I was informed gore we were informed gore wena ka wena o ne so gona ka mo ga ba botša.
Ke be ke le teng, eupša gobane dilo tse ge ba ifa di-nurse, ba fa di-nurse, ke bona ba mpoditseng gore medication o expirile.
Well, I was there, but when these medications were handed over, they were handed over to the nurses, and it was the nurses who told me that the medication had expired.
Now, did you verify that for yourself as well?
Hape o ile wa lebelela wa ti kgotsofatša wena gore go bjalo.
Ke ile ka e tseya ka lebelela di-packet tse dintši ka lebelela ka re okay ke a e bona ka be ka bontsha di-official.
Well, I did. I went to look at many of the packets, and then I saw that it indeed had expired, and then I went to show that to the officials.
The officials of the department.
Ura the officials Chago departmenting. That is correct, my lady.
Do you still remember who those officials are?
La gopolo re be bo mang the officers tšewe.
Okay, Monsitseng ke Rochelle Gordon.
The one that I showed to I showed was Rochelle Odell.
Rochelle Gordon.
It's Rochelle Odell.
Gordon.
No, it's Rochelle Gordon.
It's Rochelle Gordon. Sorry, it was not very audible.
And then what happened?
And then who diragalang?
Ke phone Dr. Manamela.
She said I should phone Dr. Manamela.
Ra mo founela a rotla bolela le di-officials tsa life estimate, management of life estimate.
I phoned him and we talked, and he said he was going to have a talk with the officials of Life Esidimeni.
I think you missed Dr. Manamela there in particular. The witness mentioned Dr. Manamela.
Just before we proceed, you said you were referred to Dr. Manamela, or you were told to phone Dr. Manamela, and then you said, we phoned. Who is we now?
Wena urle rabera phonela Dr. Manamela. Inelu wena le mang?
Rochelle Gordon.
I was standing next to Rochelle Gordon.
Yeah, but who used their phone to phone Dr. Manamela?
Who is we?
Kimang oring rina
We phoned Dr. Manamela.
Urle re phoned Dr. Manamela. Urawa inelu wena le mang? I'm the one that phoned.
So who is this we?
So how re phone ura wena inelu wena le mang? Well, it was I, Rochelle, Gordon and the nurses that were together with us.
Okay. Continue,
But
Mr. Pichel.
you are the one who actually phoned Dr. Manamela, correct?
Mara go wena o ileng wa founela Dr. Manamela ke nnete?
Eh,
That is correct.
And then what happened thereafter?
Ka morao foo ho diragetse?
o rile o tla bolela le bona ka morago ga 10 minutes a be a founa back a re botsa gore re boele ko pharmacy.
So ke kopa o botse ha o re o rile re founele bona ke kopa o bue gore mang o rile bjao because ka Spedi
No,
ga e kgone ho tsena
Mr.
mo screen.
Interpreter. Mr. Interpreter,
Hello?
please do not
Miss
cross-examine my witness.
Siboko, we are hearing your calls now. Please mute yourself.
Just interpret what the witness has said.
Apologies.
In terms of the context, we'll clarify that if the need arises.
Apologies.
Ma'am, what happened thereafter?
Who did
After
I
you
mention
spoke to
Gabriel
Dr.
for?
Manamela.
Ka morao re le bolelele Dr. Manamela.
Dr. Manamela o rile o tla re founela ka morago.
Dr. Manamela said he was going to phone us after some time.
Yes. And then you said, yeah.
A
Boring.
tla a founa a re botsa gore re ye ko pharmacy.
And then he called us and told us to go to the pharmacy.
Gore ba tla paka medication, but ba re bona ga bana staff se se enough. Ba tla re fa medication wa 7 days.
And then we went to the pharmacy and they said they don't have enough and then enough
They
stuff.
don't have enough stuff.
And then they only have enough for 7 days.
Ka lebaka la gore balwetse ba ke ba bangata ba ba re medication expiry.
It was because the number of patients that had expired medicines were too many.
Can I take you back? You said you were in the company of Rochelle Gordon and the nurses who were with you. You phoned Dr. Manamela.
Urle wena o ne o na le Rochelle Gordon and le di-nurse tše ne di le gaufi le lena le founetše Dr. Manamela.
Then after 10 minutes, Dr. Manamela phoned back and said you should return to the pharmacy.
Le rile ka morago minutes tše 10 minutes Dr. Manamela o rile le ka nala ya ko pharmacy.
They said they don't have staff. Who is they? And then you clarify this information.
And urle ba rile ga bana staff and ka morago mo wa tlhalosa gore ga o re bona o ra bo mang.
Dr. Manamela o re boditse gore ka founela ba ka ko life Esidimeni ba rile ga bona staff enough sa o ka paka medication o.
Well, Dr. Manamela said when he phoned Life Esidimeni, they said to him they do not have.
It's a she.
She said they did not have enough staff to can package all that medication.
That's all it is. So this refers to what she told you about Life Esidimeni. When you say they said.
So ga o re ba rile o ra gore o botsa ka se ba mmoditseng sona ko Life Esidimeni. That is correct.
Yes, and then? You went to the pharmacy as directed by her.
No, it's only the nurses that went there. I personally did not go to the pharmacy.
Yes.
Chelapile?
You said something about the medication for 7 days. If you can clarify that.
o boletše se sengwe ka ditlhare tšeo ka matšatši a 7 o boletše kopa o tlhalose fo o no reng
Ge ba boa di-nurse ba rile ba ba file medication wa 7 days.
when the nurses came back they said that they had been given medication to last 7 days.
Ka be re bolela le Rochelle go mmotsa gore re na le challenge, re na le problem ka medication.
And then I spoke to Rochelle and I told her that we have a problem with a challenge with the medication.
And what did she do?
O ile a dirang?
O ile a founela Hannah Jacobs.
A founela mang?
Hannah Jacobs.
She phoned Anna Jacobs.
Anna Jacobs.
Anna Jacobs.
Hannah.
Hannah Jacobs.
And then what did Hannah do?
Hannah urle adirang.
Rochelle o nkudisa gore Hannah o rile o tla bolela le di-pharmacy tsa district ya Tshwane, o tla bolela le ba Vescopis ba thome o organize medication gore pele o tlo šala re felelwa ke medication e be le gore medication o teng.
Ke kopa le mpotše yona gape mara le ske la dira la bolela ka kudu ka lebaka gore go na le tše dingwe tše di tlo timellang. Ko mathomong le nne Rochelle o fonetse ba go pharmacy ya go Tshwane le boletše ka Tshwane kopa le thome ko mathomong le fihlelle ko Tshwane.
Can you, Mr. Interpreter, let's just take it from the question was, what did Hannah do after the witnesses indicated that Miss Rochelle Gordon, after she told Miss Rochelle Gordon about the challenge that they were having, and then Miss Gordon said, phoned Hannah Jacobs. So now the question was, what did Hannah do? The witness must go slow. Just bear in mind that the interpreter is not conversant and familiar with the proceedings. He was not there when the other people's names were called or when they testified.
Ke kopa gore re thome mo potšišong ya gore Hannah Jacobs o ile a dirang ka moraga moo ene kopa le die sentence e tee fela gore re kgone go e fetolela mo sekgweng and then le kana la tšwela pele ka engwe la kwešiša.
Rochelle re boditse re Hannah o rile o tla bolela le pharmacy ya district.
Rochelle said she was going to speak to the district pharmacy and the pharmacy of Vescopis. And the hospital of Vescopis, sorry.
Yeah, and?
Evie?
And
then we were able to take the patients and then we left and went back.
For the patients that you took on the 12th of May 2016 only had 7 days of medication, correct?
So, balwetši ba le boletšeng ka bona ka di 12 tša May 2016 ne ba na le ditlhare tša go lekana matšatši a 7 fela. Yes, those that we took from Waverley.
Now, was this issue of medication ever resolved within that 7 days?
Taba e ya ditlhare ile ya rarollwa. Yes, it was eventually resolved.
After how long?
After 5 days. Medication.
After 5 days, Rochelle and Hannah eventually brought us some medication.
Okay, we can move on to paragraph 8.
Paragraph 8.
Do you see any changes that you wish to make to this paragraph?
Only Petro telling ya kang hore di ba gona mo paragraphong eo.
Line 4 from the bottom.
Line 4 from the bottom.
It started at line. Let's start on line 5. Line 5, referral letters. The other patients' chronic condition like diabetic were not revealed to us, and no history of the chronic.
On line 5, it says the other patients' chronic conditions like diabetic were not revealed to us, and there was no history of the chronic patients.
Ma'am, let's do it this way, ne? Because now it's out of context. Who are these other patients?
Bjale ge le bolela le re balwetse ba bangwe le reng the other patients ke ba ba feng ba we?
Ha re fitlhile mo centereng ka di 13 ge ba tšhela mo di-recordong tsa bona tsa dibuka tsa bona mo ba rile mo history ya bona ga gona di-chronic.
On the 13th, when they checked on their records, they said in their list there are no chronic patients.
Who is they? Who were checking?
Ke bo mang ba ne ba checka dilo tse?
The professional nurse le di-enrolled nurse ge ba setse ba compiler report ya bona.
It is the professional nurse and the enrolled nurses when they were compiling their report.
So what you are mentioning here, you are not the one who was doing that process, who was compiling that report.
So go re botsebotsa se le na ba ne ba ngwala report eo?
Nna ba reporter.
No, it was just reported to me.
Do you know anything about medical records and what they should contain?
Wa tseba ka di medical record or it tshwantse di be le eng? No.
So here you are merely mentioning what was told to you by the enrolled nurses and the professional nurses that you had hired.
So se o re botsang sona ke se ba go botsitseng di professional nurses le di enrolled nurses tse le di hirileng. That is correct.
Now in this paragraph I see that you mention at the bottom, line 3 from the bottom, the patients were not in good health and then take it from there.
Lining the patients were not in good health.
When we talked to the patients, they did not respond. When we talked, the nurses ba rile ga se nna ke boletse le bona, the nurse ba ge ba bolela le bona ne ba sa respond.
No, where it says when I talked to the patients, they did not respond. It is the nurses that spoke to them. And when the nurses spoke to the patients did not respond.
So I should read the nurses.
So really, the nurses.
When the nurses talked to the patients, they didn't respond.
So essentially, when the nurses talked to the patients, they did not respond. That is correct. Some fellow cells bulleting, I guess. That is how it's supposed to be. When they came to report to me.
Just close off that paragraph. It seems like there is something there.
The that part, the last sentence, it should say, it should read, it seems to us,
Yeah, not me.
instead of saying it seemed to me.
They were not happy at all.
It seemed to us they were not happy at all.
Did you personally interact with the patients and ask them if they were happy or not?
Wena ka wena o ile wa bolela le balwetse wa ba botsisha gore ba thagetse kapa ga ba thakgala.
Ka nako eo ga ke sa ke ke bolele le bona.
At that time, I had not spoken to them.
If you go to line number 2 of paragraph 8, it starts with the names of the badges and stickers. Just quickly read through that paragraph and indicate if there are any changes you wish to make.
You go paragraph 8. We go line eo o re botse gore go na le se le nyakang go se change. Mo e bolelang ka di stickers.
Re ke gopela go change mo ga life Esidimeni from over department officials.
I want to change where it says life Esidimeni to read department officials.
Just read the sentence as to how you want it to be amended.
Ke kopa gore ba less sentence o re botse gore e swantse e fetolwe bjang.
The names on the badges and stickers corresponded with the referral letters, prescriptions and medication that we received from government department officials staff.
The sentence should read the names on the badges and stickers corresponded with the general, with the referral letters, prescriptions and medications that we received from department officials.
Okay, proceed.
So just to get clarity, you have not dealt with any officials from Life Esidimeni, correct?
So our fetiche mo when ala berekishana liba life le batho ba utswa go Life Esidimeni and again it.
Hey.
That is correct.
Okay, let's move on to paragraph 9.
I go paragraph number 9.
Mr. Pihlela, I see the statement is now, it's about 9 pages. We're now on page 4.
My lady, I do understand that the process is a bit tedious, but
yes,
your
if you had
prepared,
if you had, I think there was a recess in between and you knew that you were going to proceed. I don't know how we're going to proceed like this, especially take into account that this is not the only statement. I don't know how we can expedite this, please. Because we're going to have lunch. I don't know, during the lunch hour, can you maybe do something in between that and tomorrow? But we will proceed after 2. I'm just asking myself if, I mean, we have been dealing with this since in the morning.
Yeah, but my lady, the challenge here is the witness is required to respond to a statement that was taken a couple of years back. And my instructions were that this statement does not truly reflect the circumstances of what transpired. And this is the only way that I could think of that would be able to assist this court. As with the previous witnesses who came before.
Yes, but these are very long statements. We can continue, but I'm not sure as to how many days would we require to finish all the statements.
If we could have succeeded to start yesterday, my lady, I think we would have been far by now.
This, even then, it's taking too long. Even yesterday, we wouldn't have finished with this. Okay,
I do apologize, my lady.
Continue. I just want to take a 2-minute break, and then we will then continue. You can
Yes,
just
Your
wait.
Ladyship, please.
Why did you change all the million eyes to
Please.
Thank you very much. Continue.
Ms. Morale. I'm going to ask you to stick to any further things that you would like to add on the statements, being mindful of the fact that you have already given us the context in terms of your responsibilities during the project. So let's look at paragraph 9.
Kopa le re botseng hore tse ding tse le nyakang hore di fetolwe ke tse difeng, and le gopolang hore se le re tlhaloseditse hore se se leng ka mogare ga statement se ke eng, mara a re boele ko paragraph 9 re bone gore go santse go na le dilo tse di nyakang hore di fetolwe fawe.
Line 5 from the bottom. We started line 6. I was aware. So can you change that sentence? We were not aware that before that.
I want to change the line, which is from the bottom. It's the 6th line. It starts with I was aware before. I want to change that to change to we were not aware before.
When we received the patient that for the first 2 months, we are not going to have funds. We have to fundraise on ourselves to feed the patient.
Ke kopa le bueng slowly gore re tle re kgone go e tlhalosa le die ka di piece.
Just read the new amendment that you wish to make. It will make more sense.
Kopa le baleng ka mokgwa le inyakang gore e be ka gona e tla kgona go kwešišega.
When we received the patients, we were not told before that the first 2 months we have to fundraise to feed the patient as the starter pit was cancelled.
Let's just go again quickly. No, just go slow, please.
Pali slowly ge bala because ba ngwala mo fatshe li bolella gape. Li some mo where we
of assistance, my lady.
Let the witness to testify, Mr. Pichel.
When we received the patient, we were not told or aware that before the 2 months, we were to fundraise to feed the patient as the startup kit was cancelled.
All right, proceed. You are saying when you received the patients, you were not told that in the 2 months you were to feed the patients as the starter fee was cancelled.
Yes.
Okay.
It is correct.
It was not even interpreted, but you are happy with that. Okay, continue.
Mala le gotsofetse ka seo. That is correct. I'm satisfied.
Yes, continue, Mr. Pichel, or the witness. Are we done with paragraph 9?
Refer to paragraph 9. Yes, we're finished.
Yes, let's go to paragraph 10.
Are you go paragraph number 10?
Just refer to the line and what you want to be included.
From line 3, where it started, the biggest challenge.
I want to the sentence that is in line 3 that starts with the biggest challenge.
Yes.
The
biggest challenge was that the center did not have the capacity or equipment to cater for the physical or wheelchair-bound and for bedridden patients.
Can you first read the sentence and then tell us how you want to amend it?
The biggest challenge was that the center didn't have the capacity and equipment to take care of the patients we received.
Yes.
The mental health care users.
But what is it that you want to be amended? Because now
because on our license, we didn't cater for the wheelchair bound and then the bedridden. We were not.
Yes, but tell us how should the statement read? The biggest challenge was that the center didn't have the capacity and equipments to take care of the patients I received. Just read what you want us to what should be the corrected version.
ka le nyaka gore e be bjang gore le nyaka gore e balege bjang
How do you wish to amend it?
le nyaka go e fetola bjang
The biggest challenge was that the center didn't have the capacity or equipment to cater for the physical and wheelchair bound. And for
Emanyana.
bedridden.
The biggest challenge was the center did not have the capacity and the equipment to cater for the wheelchair bound and the bedridden.
I hope the others are following.
My lady, if I may perhaps just interject.
Yes, please do.
A lot of sympathy with the interpreter. As I got it, was the change is to add to cater for the physical and wheelchair bound and bedridden.
Yes,
That the word
Is-
physical should also be added to
can
that
the
sentence.
witness confirm? And the physical, ne?
Gore
Yes.
lentshwile la gore to cater for the physical ga la tsena le nyaka le le tsene.
Ke nyaka le tsene.
Yes, I want that word to be inserted as well.
So it should be for the physical, for the wheelchair bound, the physical and the bedridden.
Gore ka mokgwa e tshwantse e balege ka gona gore e tshwantse e re for the wheelchair bound for and comma e be re the physical
And
and bedridden.
the bedridden.
Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Van Bergen.
As the court pleases.
You must go slow so that the interpreter can be able to interpret everything.
Re kopa le ske la kitima ka gore a re tsebo re le bolela ka eng gore re kgone go di hwetša ka moka tšona because le ge re le ka go ngwala ge le kitima ga le kgone go di hwetša ka moka la kwešiša.
Okay.
I do understand.
Thank you. Is that the only amendment you wish to make on this paragraph?
Ke tšona tšohle tše le ne le nyaka gore fetola mo paragraphong e kapa go santse go na le tše dingwe?
Ma'am, we are still on line 3.
Re santse re le mo line 3.
Mo re bolela gore the healthcare users died at the hospitals. They had to wait for 2 days at the bench for the blood results. Mo ke tshwentse ka gore re boditse Dr. Manamela gore balwetse ba ba re file go bona.
Emanyana mo. The change that I want to make there is that we told Dr. Manamela about the patients that we have.
Yes.
Gore ga se ba ne re nyakile bona, re utlwane ka bona.
That we did not have an agreement about them.
They are not the type of patients that we agreed about.
Ase mohuta wa balwetši ba re kwaneng ka bona. Ke yona
In other words, do you want to say these were not the patients in the category that you had agreed upon?
Gore botsebotse ko gore ase mohuta wa balwetši ba category e le kwaneng ka yona. That is correct.
Yes. Anything else?
Go na le se sengwe?
Dr. Manamela o ile a re botsa gore ba tla ba change lata, ba tla ba sorta out lata.
Dr. Malamela told us that they will change. They will be changed later. They will be sorted out later.
Yes.
Balwetse ba re file go bona ge ba go thoma o ya ko sepetlele ka go baka la go tlhoka history ba tseya 2 days.
The patients that were given, because we did not histories, it would take 2 days. Tswelampile?
To 3 days gore ba ba diagnose ba re botse gore bothata bja bona ke eng.
It would take 2 days or 3 days for them to be diagnosed and for us to be told what their problems were.
And ka nako yona eo re ba re
Just a
dutse le bona.
second. Just a second. Yes.
Tswelapile?
Bona mo matšatšing a matero ba my 4 hour re ba re dutse le bona mo dibankeng di-carers le di-nurses ba tshwanetse ba be ba ntse.
On those 2 to 3 days, we are sitting with those patients on the benches. Tswelampile?
Di-carers le di-nurses ba tla be ba ntse ba changisana go ya ko go bona go dula le bone le go ba fa dijo.
The nurses and the care workers would take turns to go and sit with them.
And to give them food.
Le go ba fa dijo le go bona gore ba ba change-a diaparo.
And to give them food and to change their clothes, to give them a change of clothing. Dolapile?
Yes, ma'am. Anything else?
Go na le se sengwe?
Mo line 4, line 3. Dr. Mane, start with
line 3 from where up?
From the bottom.
Right, what does the sentence say?
Iring sentence e le bolelang ka yona?
Dr. Manamela told me that the reason why they are closing is told us.
Just a second, I just want to locate the paragraph. 1, 2, 3. Remember, we're on paragraph 10. Yes, but I'm confused. I don't know where this sentence that you are reading, where it is.
1, 2, from the bottom.
Yes.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I was expecting, we were.
Just a second, let us first. Yes, let us first locate that. The sentence, if you can read the sentence first.
Sentence EU.
I was expecting to receive. And then there I say we were expecting.
The sentence which says I was expecting to receive should change to we were expecting.
Ma'am, let's look at paragraph 10. We were still dealing with the changes that you wanted to make in paragraph 10.
Yes, that is what he's doing, Mr. Pichela. If you look at this paragraph, count from the bottom, line 6, you'll get a sentence that says, I was expecting to receive. She wants the I to change to we.
But
that is what she's saying.
No, I was just saying it's not necessary, my lady, within the context to change the eyes to the we's and the we's to the eyes and what.
Well,
If there is clarity that needs to be afforded, we'll clarify that. That's why I said the witness should only stick to the things that she wants to add, which are not included.
she is your witness. She is your client. You can talk to her.
Yeah, I'm doing so, my lady.
You must listen
Ms.
to
Morale.
the questions, Mrs. Morale.
Ms. Morale, in the interest of time, let's forget about the eyes and we's.
Okay.
If anybody wants to seek clarity on that, they'll ask you questions about it. Let's only look at the important things that you want to change and add to the statement.
A re lebelele dilo tše bohlokwana tše le nyakang gore di change mo statementing seo.
Yeah. Do you still have any amendments that you wish to make on this paragraph, Ms. Morale?
Santse go na le dilo tše le nyakang go di fetola mo paragraphing eo.
Ke gore go eta fela gore ga e sanke e diragale ya gore ba change balwetse ba re tlisetse ba ne re category ne re ba nyaka.
Well, I want to also just add that they did not change the patients and bring us the ones that we wanted.
Let's go to paragraph 11.
A re ye ko paragraph 11.
Then you look at paragraph 4 from the bottom.
A re lebelle paragraph 4 go tloga go tlase.
Are there any changes you wish to make?
Go na le difetogo tše le nyakang go di dira mo.
Re be re sa go sena di-ID.
There were no IDs.
And then re ile ra ngwalela MEC ka dan matlhaku ka di-challenges tse re nago le tsone le gore re
We then
boditse
wrote to the MEC, Madam Mahlangu, about the challenges that we had.
and ra sisela le Dr. Manamela.
We also copied Dr. Manamela. Tswelang pele.
Ka re ka moga page e ke yone e ne ke nyaka gore re bolele ka yone.
In this page, that is all that I wanted to talk about.
Now let's go to paragraph 12.
A re ye ko paragraph 12.
Look at line number 7.
A re ye ko line number 7.
Any changes you wish to incorporate in this paragraph?
Let's
start with that date of the 1st of September. Is the date correct? The 1st September 2016.
A re thome ka date e leng ko mathomong ya di 1st tša September 2016. Le tsamaišana le yona kapa le nyaka e fetolwe?
Date ke tsamaisana le yona.
I agree with the date. Tswelang pele.
Babereki ga sanke batle mmerekong.
But the workers on that day did not come to work.
And
Yes,
this was
just tell us what you wish to amend.
No,
it seems the sentence is correct according to what you are saying.
E bona lo ka sentence e ka mo go nyakang gore e be ka gona. Re botse fela se o nyakang gore se fetole.
Line 5 from the bottom.
On line 5 from the bottom.
Before we go there, are you happy with the first sentence? On the 1st of September 2016, the staff at the center did not report for duty, but not all of them because they did not receive their salaries for their services rendered.
Eh,
Le kwana le yona ka mokgwa o e leng ka ona.
eh.
That is correct. It is fine.
Mrs. Morale, you have requested an interpreter. You must wait for the interpreter to interpret.
Le kopile gore motho a tle a tlo le interpretela le mo emela gore a le botse.
Ke a leboga, ke sorry.
Apologize, your ladyship.
Please interpret what I've read, Mr. Interpreter.
On the 1st of September 2016, the staff at the center did not report for duty, but not all of them because they did not receive their salaries for their services rendered. Liringa sentence EU.
Yes, but it was not. Can you please interpret it, Mr. Interpreter?
Ka di 1st of September 2016, babereki ga ba tla go centering babereki ba go centering ga ba tla mmerekong empa fela a se bona ka moka bona ka lebaka la gore ne ba sa hwetša di-salary tša bona megolo ya bona ka mebereko e ba e dirileng. Yes, that is correct.
So there is no amendment here. You can take us to, you said paragraph, line 5 from the bottom, 245. The mental health care users, is that the sentence?
This sentence ya bohlano go tloga ko tlase e thoma ka the mental health care users ke yona e le ba nyakang go bolela ka yona. That is correct.
Yes, tell us, what about it?
So o reng ka yona?
As they were weak, most were wasted. That's why we were in and out of the hospital.
Ke kopa le be slow gore re ngwale re kgone fetolela ga botse o rile as they were weak and most were wasted.
Yeah.
E thoma mo.
Just read it first and tell us how you want it to be amended.
Kopa o thome o e bale o re botse gore o nyaka e fotolwe bjang.
The mental health care users were weak and lost weight. Some patients were in and out of hospital for medical treatment due to their physical condition. As they were weak and most were wasted. That's why they were in and out of the hospital for physical and chronic disease, as they were not provided with the.
Hey, you are too fast for us, I'm saying.
Ele ke tuma ka kudu a re kgone go tsamaisana le lena kopa le bale mantsinyana a mabedi a mararo and then be le tswela pele. Le fe nako ya
as they were weak,
most were wasted.
Come again? I can't hear you.
Wasted. Most were wasted.
Most were wasted.
As they were weak, most were wasted.
That's why they were in and out of hospital.
Emamu.
Yes.
For physical and chronic diseases, as we only provided with mental.
For physical and chronic diseases.
As we only provided with the
mental. Stop there. As you only provided.
With the mental condition.
As you were.
We were provided
As you were only provided
with mental condition.
Condition or medications.
Medications, yeah.
Tswela pele.
Let me help you. Just a second. You are saying, you are adding now to the, isn't it, to the paragraph. You are saying the mental care health users were weak and lost weight. As they were weak, most were wasted. That is why they were in and out of hospital for physical and chronic diseases, as we were only provided with mental medication.
So ka mokgwa o bolelang ka gona o ra gore batho ba o bolelang ka bona gore ke ba berekang ore bao ne ba di mental gore ba berekang go sepetlele sa lena ne ba sena matla ebile ne ba tsena ba etswa ka mo dipetlele ka malwetse a ba bitsang di-chronic diseases ka gore ne le sa fiwa ditlhare tša ne le file fela ditlhare tša malwetse a tlhogo.
Just before the witness response, I don't think the interpreter is following. Mr. Interpreter, we're talking about mental health care users. These are the patients that we're talking about.
Yes.
There's nothing that I said regarding people who were working. Just interpret what I'm saying. I'm reading. The mental care users were weak and lost weight.
The mental care users.
The mental care users.
Oh, but
mental health care users.
MHCUS.
Batho
ba thushuang
ka malwetse. Even if we say the patients, that will be fine.
So, batho ba re bolelang ka bona ke balwetse gore ke bona ba ne ba sena matla ene ke ka go ne ba lwala ba tsena ba etswa go dipetlele.
They lost weight.
Ba fokotšegile mo mmeleng.
As they were weak.
Ka lebaka la gore ne ba felelwa ke matla.
Most were wasted.
Ene ka moka bona ne ba otile.
That is why they were in and out of hospital.
Ke ka baka leo ne ba tsena ba etswa dipetlele.
For physical and chronic diseases.
Ba na le malwetse a mo mmeleng ene le malwetse a o tšea nako.
As they were only, as we referring to them, the witness and the others, they were only provided with mental medication.
Ka gore lena ne le filwe fela ditlhare tša go bereka malwetse a tlhogo. That is correct.
Yes.
We're indebted to your leadership.
Mr. Interpreter, I don't know, but you must just, I don't know, you have to control the witness also. I see it's 1:01 o'clock. We're going to take an adjournment for lunch and we will resume at 2 o'clock. I'm going to request that, I think there was a directive that was issued on the 27th of June, 2022, regarding how the proceedings should proceed from now. I just want, Nelisiwe will have to send emails to you. I'll just check when we resume as to whether you received it, all of you, and then we'll see as to when that can be discussed in a case management meeting. Because it appears that we should explain as to why we're proceeding in this fashion while the directive says whatever it says. The witness should be warned, Mr. Interpreter.
Le gopoleng gape gore le santse le tlase ga go etlama gore tla bolela nnete ge ne ga la tshwanela gore ge le tswa ka le lo bolela le batho ba bangwe la kwešišo. I do understand, my lady.
The court will then take a lunch adjournment. Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes, the court pleases.
As the court is now.
Was ek nou weer terug.
In 'n mooi gesit.
Mrs. Morale, you are reminded that you are still under oath.
Memorale la kgopolo re sample le tlase ga go itlama go bolela nnete. That is correct, my lord, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Pichela.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Morale, we had before the lunch break, we had just concluded with paragraph 12, and we now move on to paragraph 13.
Pile re ya go lunching ne re fetša ka paragraph 12 bjale re feta re ya go paragraph 13.
Looking at paragraph 13, are there any amendments that you wish to record for the court?
Ga le lebeletše paragraph 13 go na le fetogo tše le nyakang go di dira pele court?
Mo paragraph 1, Usina Musalo was not
We are
well.
on Mrs. Morale. This is paragraph 13. You can refer to the sentences or the lines, not paragraph 1. There is no, unless if you can specify, there are bullet points here. If you just talk about the lines, maybe we can follow.
Mo paragraph 13. Ge le nyaka go bolela le nyaka go fapantšha le kana la re ke dipulete kapa le di-lines mara le gopoleng gore ka moka e re balang ke paragraph 13 so re ska la re ge re ya go pulete la re ke paragraph la kwešiša. I do understand, my lady.
Yes, you are talking about the second line that refers to Sina Mosalo. Is that what you are talking about?
Le bolela ka line ya bobedi e bolelang ka Sina Mosalo. That is correct.
Yes, continue. What about it?
So le ka lena tšwela pele le reng?
Read it first.
Then
Then you can tell us where you want to, how you want it to be amended.
o kana o tla ka re tlhalosetša ka morago gore o nyaka e fetolwe bjang.
Sina Musalo was well when she was received at the center, was on a wheelchair.
Yes.
Sina Musalo was not well.
No, the sentence should read, the Sina Musalo was not well. So there was an omission of the word not.
Yes.
Yes, continue.
And
then the remainder of the sentence.
Masala sentence
was on a wheelchair.
Is that correct, that one?
Yes, it's correct.
Ilugil.
That
is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any
other thing?
She arrived with serious bed sore and she was bedridden. Not. She has got serious bed sore. She arrived with serious bed sores. And
yes.
She was bedridden.
So linyaka o oketša eo ya gore she was bedridden.
Yes.
Yes, so what I want to add there is she was bedridden.
So the sentence should read?
So bjale sentence eo swantše e balwe bjang?
She arrived with serious bed sores and bedridden.
And was bedridden.
Yes.
Ms. Morale.
Yes.
You.
Mr. Pichela?
Yes. Can you please read the amendments that you wish for the court to make to this paragraph?
Ke kopa le re balele diphetogo tše le nyakang go di dira mo paragraphong e.
Okay. I was informed that Sina Musalo was not well and when she was received and she was on a wheelchair. She arrived with bed sores.
Just wait there.
Emana ganyane mo go re le nyaka gore I was informed that Sina Moralo was not well when she was received at the center. Ke ka mokgwa o di nyakang e be ka gona.
Eh,
That is correct. I want it to be that way.
Continue.
Tswelang pele.
and was on the wheelchair. She has got a serious bed sore and bedridden, but she was put on the wheelchair. She was bedridden, but she was put on the wheelchair.
So ka mokgwa o le nyakang go e baliwe ka gona le nyaka gore she arrived with serious bed sores but she was put on a wheelchair. Ke ka mokgwa o le nyakang ka gona.
Yes.
That is correct, my lady. It should read, she arrived with serious bed sores, but she was put on a wheelchair.
And was bedridden.
So, ela ya gore gape o ba robala mpetong le yona le nyaka e oketšwe.
You okay? She was
Yes,
bedridden.
that should be also added, that she was bedridden.
Continue.
Tswela pele.
Does that cater for the whole paragraph?
So, le feditše ka paragraph eo.
Yes.
That is correct, Melanie.
Mr. Pichela?
Any other amendments that you wish to make, ma'am?
A ona diphetogo tše ding tše le nyakang go di dira?
The second person is Abel Nkwe.
Motho wa bobedi ke Abel Nkwe.
I was informed about him, and then he was on the wheelchair again, and then but he was weak, and then as a bedridden.
So you merely want to add that you were informed about his condition.
Yes.
So you did not personally observe him?
No.
So gore lena la mmona ka bolena ba le boditše. That is correct.
Now, I see here there are several people. Is there any one of them who you observed personally?
Ke bona go na le batho ba bantšinyana mo go ngwadilweng. Go na le e le ileng la mmona ka bolena ka mahla lena.
Franz Decker.
Yes, I saw Franz Decker.
What about him?
Go reng ka yena? Le ke eng le se le se boneng mo yena?
I was informed about him, and then that he has got is a bedridden on wheelchair, has got some bed sores, but they are very deep. So I went to him.
Ms. Morale, should we excuse the interpreter so that you can continue and speak English? Because it appears now you are confusing us.
Gone tšatše a re tsebe o ka re le a gona le nyako tšwela pele le bolela sekgowa re leboge toloko kapa le nyako dia bjang ka a re sa gona go kwešiša.
Ke kgopela toloki, ke sorry.
Apologies, my lady. I'd like to continue with the interpreter.
Okay, continue with your evidence.
Tell us about Franz Decker.
Re botše ka Franz Decker.
Franz Decker ba mpoditse ka ga yena gore go na le molwetse.
Emma Mo, I was informed about Franz Decker. Tšwela pele.
Ka di 13 tsa May.
I was informed about him on the 13th of May. Tswela pele.
Go na le molwetse ya gore o bedridden.
I was informed that he was bedridden. Gape,
O na le a beilwe mo godimo ga wheelchair.
and also that he was put on a wheelchair
Ga a kgone go bolela.
and that he was unable to speak.
So ge ke ya go yena ke mo lebelela ke goditse le gore mmele wa gage o wotlhe o na le dintho.
The pinpoint.
Yeah.
And when
Pinpoint
I
or-
went to look at him,
Yeah, just
and
a second.
I'm sorry, pinpoint, what is pinpoint?
Dintho.
Really, the pinpoint is your bulelanga, John.
Na le
Wounds.
dintho.
But she's talking about wounds. Pinpoints is the interpreter. She's
Yes,
talking
my
about
lady.
wounds. Already in talk.
Yes, I wanted to clarify that because the interpreter was talking about pinpoints and now I
These
wasn't
are two
following.
different things. Mr. Interpreter.
My lady, she actually said she has pinpoints. He has the pinpoints.
Dintho wounds.
What are you talking
Yes.
about, Miss Morale? What did you observe on this person?
A na le dintho mo mmeleng wa gagwe.
He had sores on his body.
Sores or wounds, because Ntho means different things.
Kore o ba gobetše kapa o ba na le do beg your pardon, my lady.
Dintho ke dišo. Di sauce ke dišo.
Yes.
And dintho ke di wounds.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes.
O na na le dišo mo mmeleng kapa o na le dintho?
O be a na le diso mo mmeleng. A ke tsebe na gore ke tseba gore le dintho le diso ke bona go le selo se se one. Na na le diso mo mmeleng.
Well, he had sores on his wounds. Whether it was a sore, it was a wound. For me, it is the same thing.
What kind of sores?
In any diso tse bjang.
Se re di bitsa ka di bitsa re ke dikaku.
It is sores that we call dikaku in Sepedi. I don't know what the English word would be for dikaku.
Hey. That's why she was talking
Abscess, my
pinpoints.
lady, abscess.
Huh? Oh,
I
abscess,
think
yes.
it's an abscess.
Yes, correct. Did you hear that, Mr. Interpreter?
I did, my lady.
Can you, for the benefit of the others?
She had abscesses on his body.
Yes, continue.
O ka tswela pele.
So ge ke mo lebelela ba re mo maragong a gagwe. So re go ba re letlhapa. O na le tse di bulegileng.
He had open sores on his buttocks. Le ka tswela pele.
Ge ke mo lebelela ke goditse le gore ke tsona dikaku tsela se butswitse se tswile se ntsha maladu.
Well, when I observed, I saw that it was abscesses on his buttocks and they were open and they were oozing pus. Tswelang pele.
Ke re ba lebelele na di-record tsa gagwe na ba rileng ge ba itla le tsona di reng.
When I asked them to look at his records, what it was said when he arrived, what it was said in his records.
Yes.
Tswela pele.
Re kwaditse le gore ga gona record ya go bontsha gore o na le diso tseo mo gongwe tseo gona ne go le ka di-2 tsa February go boletse gore di a tswalelega di a fola.
Well, there was nothing that was written about his sores. The only thing that was there was what had been written on the 2nd of February, where it was written that the sores were healing and they were closing up.
When was this date where you
Just a
observed
second.
these things?
Just a second.
Yes, Your Ladyship, please.
Yes.
You still remember the date when you observed all these things?
La gopolo re ke ka tšatši le lefe ge le bona dilo tše ka moka?
Ke ka di-13 ge re ba goditse ka di-12 ka di-13 ke ge ba tla ba mpitsa ba re o mongwe molwetse wa go tswang Rand West o wes go ba botlhe ba re ba tswa koo.
Well, we received them on the 12th, but it was on the 13th when I was told that one of the patients that we received from Rand West is worse than all the others.
Now, did Mr. Degger come from Rand West?
Mr. Dekel, unaitwa Rand West kapa unaitwa Waverley?
Na it's a Rand West.
He came from Rand West.
Okay. So I understand that what you want to say in respect of all the others is that what you wrote is what you were informed, correct?
So se le nyakang go se bolela ka ba bangwe kore ke se ba le boditšeng sona so gore ke se le se boneng ka matlho akere. That is correct.
Is there any other patient who you were able to observe on this list?
Go na le mongwe wa balwetse e le leng la kgona go mmona mo listing e.
Jan Snyder.
It is Jan Snyder.
Yes, what about him?
So go le nyako reng ka yena?
O ba na le ntho mo ntlhogong ba ile ba mpotsa ka yena ka mmona.
An abscess on his head, they told me about him and I saw him.
Are there any other amendments you wish to make to paragraph 13?
Go na le difetogo tše di nyakang go di dira mo paragraph 13? No, there is nothing else that I'd like to add.
Paragraph 14.
Are mo paragraph 14? No, there is nothing that I can talk about there.
Now let's look at paragraph 15.
Are go paragraph 15.
Paragraph 15 se nka se bolelang ke gore ne ke sa bereke closely le balwetse ka letsatsi ka letsatsi.
What I can say about paragraph 15 was that I was not working in direct contact with the patients on a daily basis.
Yes.
Tswelang pele.
Continue. Any other thing?
Go na le se seng?
Le gore ba rwetse ba re ba receivile go di officials, not from Life Esidimeni.
Well, and also that we received the patients from officials and not from Life Esidimeni.
Officials meaning?
The officials le ra gore
The Department of Health.
they were from the Department of Health.
You still recall who those officials are?
The officers available man.
Ke sa gopola pila o mongwe ka re ke Noneba Senelo.
I do not remember very well, but I think one of them was called non-neba man?
Senelo.
Finelo.
Senelo.
Non-neba Sinelo.
Ma'am, you have from page 547, at the bottom of each and every page, there are initials. Do you confirm that those are your initials?
Go tloga go page 547, ko mafelong a page engwe le engwe go na le mo go na leng di initial la dumelo ke tša lena di initial tšewe. Yes, I do.
Now, you confirm that at the time when this statement was taken, it was read back to you?
La dumelo re ge le bala ge ba tšea statement se mo lena ka morago gore ba se tšea ba ile ba lebala sona. I do not remember whether it was or was not written to, read back to me.
Having gone through the statement today before court, as illuminated by the amendments that you make, do you confirm that the contents of this statement are true and correct?
So la dumelo gore ka mogo statement se le se badileng na se mo court gape le gore le dirile difetogo tše ding mo statement se so la dumelo gore go ntšha statement so ke nnete and se felletše. Yes, I do confirm.
And you also confirm, my lady, there is on page 554, there is a document, it looks like a menu, which is referred to in this statement and which should form part of the statement. It's page 554 and 555. Now, do you have anything to say about the menu, ma'am?
Go na le mo ba ngwadileng ntho e bonagalang o ka re ke menu. Go na le mo page 554 le page 555. Go na le leseleng ya kang go se oketša moo. No, there's nothing.
Now, do you confirm the signature that appears on page 552 as being your signature?
So le nyako amogela gore signature e bonagalang mo page 552 ke signature ya lena. Yes, I do accept.
And you understand that this document was made under oath?
La dumelo gore ga le dira statement se ne le tlamile gore le bolelle nnete fela. Yes, I do confirm.
My lady, I beg leave to submit this statement together as duly amended as an exhibit.
If we can just confirm before I find out if there is any objection, where did we end? My recollection is that we were at EE. If you can assist the others, we can assist. I'm just looking here.
I confirm that, my lady.
Yes, we were at EE, then we should go to FF. Am I correct? Mr. van Bergen?
Yes, Your Ladyship.
As your ladyship pleases.
Is there any objection to the handing in of the statement to form part of the record?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
My lady, I assume that the additional statements will also still be handed in, so should this one be FF1?
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Mr. Pitlela, do you agree?
I have no objection, my lady.
Yes. The statement of the witness, Mrs. Karina Morale, together with the amendments that she has referred to, as it appears on pages 549 or 547?
7, my lady.
547 to 552, and it goes on to the menu, which is on page 544 to
554, my lady.
Come again?
554.
Yes, 554 to 555. It's admitted into the record and it is marked Exhibit FF1.
Yes, your ladyship pleases.
Yes, you may continue.
Yes, as the court pleases. Ma'am, may we look at the document that is on page 8889?
Just bear with me. My battery is low. Just. Yes, you may proceed. Does the witness have the document with her?
You have the document, ma'am.
Miss
Morale, are you still there?
She seems muted, my lady.
Miss Morale, you are muted. Mr. Late, if you can assist us here. The witness is muted.
Yes, I'm still around.
Did you find the page?
Where did your page? Page
8889. Okay.
The page number that she has regarding this document is 8692.
Why is she having a different one?
I don't know. It's also one of the documents that were duplicated, my lady.
Okay, but can she go to the page that we have so that we can be on the same page?
Yes, I have it before, my lady. 8889
Okay.
is on case lines.
8889. Thank you.
The only difficulty would be that she has made notes in terms of the amendments she wishes to make, which will then mean we can run quicker. Those are some of the documents I sent to Mr. Late. If she may be provided with that. Because if we go to case line, we're gonna engage in the same slow-paced process, because she has to read first and then try and make sense and then give amendments.
What are we supposed to do, Mr. Pichela?
My lady, I've sent the documents to Mr. Late in the morning so he can print for the witness. We agreed that he records the page numbers on the documents, and I assumed that was done. It comes as a surprise to me now.
Yes, probably, yeah.
My lady,
Yes. I'm
that's
listening.
completely correct. I did do so, but the states, Mr. Bishlela sent the statements to me without the case lines numbers on it. The same document has two case lines number. One is 8692 and the other one is 888, the one that was now referred to. But she has her corrections with her on the document that is with her. And it's the same document that Mr. Bishlela is now referring to. She can just go to the paragraphs referred to in the documents.
I hope we're going to proceed smoothly.
My lady, there's Mr. Pinar on the screen as well.
Yes, I'm just looking. It's just that this thing that is being displayed here is disturbing me.
I'm also seeing double screens.
You seem to have frozen. Are you back now?
My lady,
Sorry,
I'm
my
online.
lady, yes. Sorry,
Come again? I see your hand is up, Mr. Pinar.
that's correct, my lady. I would like to venture, if with your ladyship's permission, an objection at this stage, my lady. And the objection is founded on the manner in which we are proceeding at present, my lady. If I am not...
Can the witness step aside, please?
My lady, if my recollection does not leave me in the lurch, I remember when I became involved in these inquest proceedings during June or July last year, my lady, 2021, there was a suggestion made by certain of the colleagues that when a party's witness is called to the witness stand and amendments are to be made, a formal document recording such amendments should be prepared and handed and made available to all the parties as well as this Honourable Inquest Court in order for the proceedings to proceed with as quick as possible, my lady, if I come, without it being unnecessary prolix. But what's happening now, my lady? We have a number of statements that we have to be referred to. Apparently, the witness made notes of amendments, but our learned friend, Mr. Pitlela, for reasons unbeknown to us, deemed it meet or proper not to prepare a proper document and present it to the court and to all the parties, setting forth the amendments so that everybody could be prepared accordingly, my lady. This has not been complied, and that has been the practice, my lady, since July last year, my lady. We've followed, the colleagues have been following, all the representatives have been following this process as far as possible, unless there was a reason that they did not deem it necessary to refer to amendments to be effected or alterations to the statements that had been prepared. My lady, now we're venturing into the next statement. Notes have been made by the witness. Earlier today, there was an objection by my learned friend, Mr. van Bergen, as well as Mr. Leight, that such notes aren't privileged once they are being relied on in order to present evidence to this honourable court, my lady. Or even if they were the product of consultative processes that took place between our learned friend, Mr. Pitlela, and the witness.
Yes.
And no reason has been furnished, my lady, to your ladyship for, and I want to say, and I'm saying this with respect, the lackadaisical manner in which the evidence of this present witness, Ms. Morale, is being presented to this honourable court.
I've noted you, Mr. Just a second. I've noted you, Mr. Late. Let Mr. Pinar finish.
My lady, I would venture to suggest we should not proceed in this manner, my lady. The accepted procedure has been and process has been parties will prepare a formal document setting forth amendments required, and then it can be presented. So in order to be presented to this honourable court, to be of assistance not only to your ladyship and the court, my lady, but also to all the other parties involved or representatives involved in this matter, which has not been complied with in this instance, my lady, taking into consideration these witnesses had been identified by Mr. Late during the last term to be on the list of witnesses, sequential list of witnesses to be called commencing this term, which commenced on Monday. So since the 15th of June, my lady, with all due respect, Mr. Pitlela did have ample time to prepare a formal document setting forth all amendments, alterations to be effected to the statements of his client, Ms. Morale. The fact that she's got a written note containing amendments means, which had been discussed with Mr. Pitlela during consultation, because he's aware of the content thereof. He even utilized it in the statement exhibit FF1, my lady. And then there's no reason, with all due respect, my lady, and I do not foresee that it's proper that we continue in this manner. It's costing valuable time of the court and all the representatives involved in this matter, my lady. At this rate, it's Wednesday today. I do not foresee that we're going to finalize this witness's evidence prior to Friday. At this rate, my lady. The court's not sitting next week, my lady. It's only commencing the week thereafter again. I would then venture to suggest, but I'm leaving it's in the hands of the court, my lady, whether Mr. Pitlela shouldn't be granted the opportunity, prepare a formal document dealing with all the statements made by his client, Ms. Morale, regarding alterations, amendments, etc., that are required to be made in accordance with his consultations as indicated by his client in a formal document, or not a formal, an informal document she had prepared, my lady. So I do not force, but at this rate, it appears to me we are being hackneyed, my lady, in proceeding as expeditiously as possible. May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Pinar. Mr. Pitlela, I've also noted you. Can I give the chance to Mr. Late first?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, the fact that this morning it was discussed regarding the fact that Mr. Pitlela had not prepared a document was discussed this morning, and it was decided to proceed so that the inquest can at least proceed today, because we already lost a whole day yesterday. Ms. Pienaar's vociferous objection now, again, took more time than the witness would have taken to complete the next document. The fact that a document was not prepared by Mr. Pichlela is water under the bridge. This witness has come thus far with the evidence, and I think that we should proceed with it so that she can finalize the evidence in chief. And if necessary, I think the document that has been prepared by the witness can be forwarded to the legal representatives should they deem it necessary to use it during cross-examination.
Mr. Van Bergen, before I go to Mr. Pichela.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I have a full appreciation for Mr. Pienaar's concerns that he expressed. I have an additional concern about the process that has been followed thus far, and that is that the amendments that have been introduced were introduced in a manner which, and maybe I should just speak for myself, was quite confusing to the extent that one did not know at the end of dealing with a particular paragraph whether what one has recorded is in fact what was sought to be conveyed by the witness. Now, obviously, this can all be rectified in cross-examination, but that is going to take additional time, and unnecessarily so, I submit. My lady, I would agree with Mr. Late that to an extent water is under the bridge, but we are going to deal with an additional witness from Mr. Pichlela, Ethel Nube, and I would suggest that at the very least that a proper notice of an intention to amend should be prepared in respect of her evidence. My lady, I would submit that ideally a proper notice of amendment should also be prepared in respect of Mrs. Morale, but obviously time is an issue, and that is an aspect that the court must decide on, as your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. Before I go to Mr. Pichela, can I hear any other person, or should I take it that the others don't want to say anything? Ms. Hasim?
Thank you, my lady. I just want to echo that while we've had to deal with these amendments today in this fashion, that going forward, we don't have to do this.
Yes.
And that when I requested this morning that for Ms. Ngube that we don't have the same issue, there was a concern expressed by Mr. Pichlela about whether he'd be able to do that. So if we could please just get confirmation from Mr. Pichlela that he will prepare a notice of amendment or revised statements from Ms. Ngube in advance of her appearance.
Okay, we will deal with that. Mr. Pichela? Just before you proceed, the court has just taken note. The matter was debated in the morning, but I must also say that I'm not satisfied in the way we are running these proceedings today. It is taking too long, and as Mr. Van Bergen has indicated, it is also confusing. So what has happened in the past, each party had to prepare either a corrected statement or a notice to amend. And I do feel that a proper notice to amend should have been filed in this instance. If we're going to proceed in this way, the evidence is going to be too long and we're going to take more time. Let me hear you on this.
My lady, I think when one looks at the nature of the amendments that were made,
yes,
for the most part, they are merely corrections. They are not introducing new facts. They are not changing the facts that are already stated in the document. They are merely adding, those are things that I could have easily dealt with the witness after the document has been admitted. And that would have been even more unfair to my colleagues. Now, to say I have to go sit with the witness, put down whatever they've written as the amendments that they wish to make, I don't have an issue with that. Now, but the only issue...
I'm sorry to interject. While you are on this point, you have got, isn't it, the witness has been referred to notes.
Indeed, my lady.
That were prepared while you were in consultation with her. You are also in possession of the same notes, right? Does it mean that you still have to sit with the witness? Like, for instance, we have already dealt with the first statement. I don't think we should go to that, right?
Yes.
But then our problem, the concern that I'm concerned with here, that I have a problem with, is the way forward. And this should also apply to Ms. Mube, because taking into account the amount of time that was taken today and how the amendments, I mean, whatever, I mean, everything that the witness has been saying, you're trying to correct it in whatever way, right? Just to avoid this confusion, because after the witness shall have testified, your colleagues will want to cross-examine the witness, right? Is it proper for them to deal with this evidence like this, while you previously were afforded the opportunity by being provided with a notice of amendment in respect of the others? Let us look at it that way. I understand that you are saying the amendments, they don't change the statement, but there are, I mean, these are corrections that have been made, and somewhere they changed, because somewhere she says she was not aware, while the statement says we were aware. I mean, things like that.
My lady, if I may, I think maybe because your ladyship does not know what transpired in the background and why I had requested this process to be done this way. It's not that I've been sitting with these notes and with knowledge of this amendment for a very long time. I only received this document on Friday. That is last week, Friday. Because in between, I've tried on several occasions to consult with the witness in Pretoria. We had connection issues. There was no way we can get anywhere. First, you could not have access to case lines, so it was impossible for us to consult. Then she had to come down to Benoni, where we were finally able to consult. And then she indicated that she wants to make amendments, certain amendments to what is stated in the document, which then gave birth to these amendments that have now been received. So it's not that I've had an ample time to make amendments and all those things. I think that is very unfair.
Okay.
That is very unfair. But my lady, I do understand that the ideal way for this to happen would be for those amendments to be recorded in a document and probably under oath and so on and so forth. And I'm amenable to do that, my lady. Yes. I don't have a problem. The only thing is we are pressed for time in the time that I was able to consult with these witnesses. Your ladyship will know that there were several statements that we needed to eliminate in the process. It's not that unlike the others who are representing just one or two people. I'm
if
representing. I may, yes, my lady.
I'm going to interject now, just for the sake of time and to avoid saying things which are not relevant now, right? There is a concern before this court, and the court is well aware of that and then agrees that there is a problem. We need to do proper things, because we don't want to go into a second statement and go through the same process again. So you have got the notes. The witness has got the notes, so you can prepare the notice to amend, and if that can be read to the witness and then she confirms it, then we proceed. That in order to save the court's time. Will that be possible? Can you do it? It's now 2:50, right? Will you be in a position to, I don't know how many statements do we still have for this witness? And I don't know whether the amendments relate to all the statements.
My lady, I think with regard to the second statement, the thing is, I will need access to this witness. As I've indicated, I've only received handwritten notes and indications on the document that this is what I need to change. Now, I've not had the opportunity to consult with the witness on those amendments themselves. Hence, this is the only opportunity that I have. It's not as simple and clear-cut as that.
So are you consulting as we are proceeding in court? Is that what I understand? Or maybe I don't understand you.
No. What I'm saying is, the amendments,
yes.
My lady, I think...
No, okay, I'll give you the chance. It's okay. Continue.
My lady, I'm saying one must be mindful of the quality of the witness that I have and that I have to deal with. I think it's something that we have a difficulty when we consult because she takes time and she doesn't quite understand certain things. So I have to explain them to her. Hence, I requested her to put it down in writing. Now, it's easy when it appears. What I will do now, my lady, I don't know about the signing of the document which was indicated and so on. What I requested the witness to do was just read in what you have written as amendments. Just read them into the record.
And you incorporate those things, those amendments into a document, a notice to amend. I don't know about the signature, but the witness is here. She's busy testifying. She can confirm that on record, that that is the document that she prepared with you.
My lady, what I'll propose would quicken the process. We can accept the documents into the record. Then I'll take the witness through the statement in respect of the amendments that she wishes to make. Not necessarily what words she will include in that, but to lead evidence about that. I will know how to guide her through so that she makes... Because the difficulty...
All right, let me hear... Okay, let me hear the others. What difficulties will you have to prepare a formal notice of amendment and deal with the amendments in that document?
It's the context, my lady, because the amendments...
That's the only thing that... Yes?
It says line 4, for instance, line 4, and then there are words added there.
You have you are on case line. You know when you read what the witness, just as you were doing before this court, isn't it? So you can go through the document together with the document that has been prepared, the documents on case line, together with the document that has been prepared by the witness. I don't know whether that is going to be difficult because you did that in consultation with the witness from what you are telling us. Unless if I'm missing at any point, I don't know.
Yes, and my lady, that's the difficulty that I have because it seems like there is someone, maybe I'm not putting things in a clear way. The amendments that have been recorded, the notes that have been given to me are not very useful to me. They are not very useful. They don't really direct me as to which paragraph needs to be amended and in what manner. These are just things like the we to I and the us to me and the this and the that. So there are no new important things that I'm able to look at unless I sit down with the witness and we go through the document and I draft a document that can then assist the court. I'm willing to do that. I don't have a problem. I hope Ms. Mngube as well is listening because she said, I'm still waiting for the amendments that she needs to make.
Can I hear the others because it's so difficult to continue in this fashion? I think the concern by Mr. Pienaar has made.
But if I may, my lady, before
okay.
There's merely
I've noted you, Ms.
889, my lady.
Come again.
In terms of this document 889, there seems to be only like 3 things that need to be changed on the document. We could have done with it already.
But
in terms of the last document,
my question
lady, also.
Just a second. Don't we have more additional witnesses, statements that would need amendments from this witness? Because
No, we only have two, my lady. We only have two statements, 8889 and 9319. The others, if your ladyship will recall, are just duplications.
can I hear
So
Ms.
these are the
Peters?
only ones that are there. We could have done
So
with
we
them. I
still
would
have
disposed with
two
them.
statements.
Yeah, and there's two amendments in one statement, and then there is 3 amendments in one statement, and they are not even extensive. There's just a few words that need to be added.
Yes, but you don't know how the witness is going to put them on record. Can we
That's
hear
the
Ms. Hassim
difficulty.
and others in relation to what Mr. Pihlela has just submitted? Ms. Hassim?
So, my lady, I just wanted to say that there are 13 statements in the record by this witness in total. One general statement, which we've just dealt with, that begins at page 547. And then there are 12 others in respect of individual deceased. And I accept that a number of them are repetitions of each other, but there are small differences between them. And so, and they have been submitted in evidence in each of the dockets. So we need to understand whether each of those statements will be accepted, whether we can rely on it as it is and on case lines. And I'm not sure that, listening to my learned friend, that we can do that. For example, some of the amendments that have been made to Exhibit FF1 have relevance for the other statements. So when it comes to the number of patients that were transferred and on the dates on which they were transferred, the other statements also deal with those things about when patients were transferred. So the corrections have to be made on those statements as well. So it's not, I don't understand it as being just 1 or 2 statements that will be affected by amendments. The reality is, even though they are repetitive, there are in fact 13 statements that are made by this witness that are on record. And so I think it's going to take longer than my learned friend is intimating. The second thing is that the problem with going through it with the witness as we are doing is that I actually don't even myself fully understand some of the changes that have been made. And see, we can put it to the witness, as Mr. Van Bergen said, in cross-examination, but it doesn't really help us in preparation if we don't fully understand what the statements, what the amendments are. So putting it in writing is the one way in which we will all be working off the same page. And finally, my learned friend has, obviously, I think, needs to consult with his client. I recall at the end of last term being criticized for wanting to hold over Ms. Ncube, for example, onto this term. My learned friend said, no, he wanted to be done by the end of last term. So I don't understand why there's a problem with consultation and preparation, because there has been quite a lot of time to do so. But be that as it may, I want to strongly propose that whatever we do going forward, that we have written amendments, and there will then be no confusion amongst us about what the amendments contain. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Can Mr. Pinar, Mr. Van Bergen, and Mr. Late, and I close the issue after Mr. Pihlela shall have responded?
May it please the court, my lady. I want, respectfully, I concur with the sentiments expressed by Ms. Hassim, which are well founded, my lady. Mr. Pihlela wants to say on the one hand, but there's only 2 more statements, and the amendments are minor amendments or lesser amendments, but that can only be determined once they're presented. And as we've seen with Exhibit FF1, it may appear at first glance the amendment is simple or a lesser amendment, but in most instances, the need arises for further elucidation or clarification. And that takes time, my lady.
Yes.
Your ladyship experienced it yourself, my lady, with certain of the issues you wanted to have clarified, my lady, as well as the interpreter had difficulties, my lady. So, and if Mr. Pitlela says he only received the notes lately, and to him it's not even clear, how must it be clear and clarified in all aspects for the other representatives who are not part and parcel of the consultation, having consulted with the witness, etc., my lady. So I would venture to submit, my lady, with all respect, that Ms. Asim's concerns are well-founded, and I will once again, I would agree that all parties, and we've been following this process, my lady, this is a practice that has been preceded prior to today with this witness, has been complied with. And there's no real explanation why it was not complied with in this instance.
He's raising a lot of issues that certain things happened and he only got the amendments or whatever statement from the witness only on Friday. But then what is the way forward from here then?
My lady, I made a suggestion and I'll put it as a suggestion, my lady. The court is Friday, which will be the 22nd of July. We adjourn.
Today it's Wednesday.
Today is Wednesday the 20th. My lady, surely if my learned friend requires more than 2 or 3 days to do or prepare a formal document, at this stage we have the corrections and alterations on the statement exhibit FF1. If those alterations, amendments are going to be carried through to all the other statements which has been indicated to be more or less 12 in extent, then surely there's sufficient time to prepare a document, at least to be available at Friday, my lady, at the latest, I would say. But if there are further encumbrances that my learned friend foresees or knows he's going to be encountering, taking in consideration that the court is not sitting next week, but commencing again on the Monday, the 1st of August, that should provide more than sufficient time for our learned friend to prepare a proper document and present it to all the representatives and to be ready to proceed in court. Together, not only for this witness, but also for Miss Ngube, my lady. But it's an issue, my lady, at this stage. There's no real, and I'll say it with all due respect, satisfactory explanation why the recess that we had, whilst prior to the recess, it was at all times posed, time is of the essence in continuing with this inquest, my lady. Why it was not? I accept there's difficulties communicating, but surely the recess was in a proximity of 4 weeks. Arrangements could have been made, my lady, with all due respect to my learned friend. I hear the fact that he had issues, but surely that's why we are here as legal representatives, to be able to determine methods of dealing with issues that we are presented with when we're engaged in a matter. or at least timeously approach the court and indicate the difficulty that's been experienced, my lady, which is not the case here. But I'll leave it in the hands of your lady.
Thank you very much. Mr. van Bergen, do you want to say something? Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. I will be brief. Both Ms. Hassan and Mr. Pienaar have, I believe, adequately addressed the aspects that I wish to touch on. My lady, but perhaps just to illustrate the necessity to have advance notice of intended amendments. Mr. Pishlela says, well, these amendments aren't really material. They are simple amendments, more in rectification than anything else. My lady, some of these amendments have turned parts of the affidavit around 180 degrees. If I may refer to the paragraph in the subparagraph under paragraph 13 relating to Sina Mosalu, which read originally Sina Mosalu was well when she was received at the center. That has now been changed to say she was not well.
Yes.
That is important for purposes of preparation. It doesn't help to spring it on one during the course of the proceedings, especially not when there are as many amendments as were involved in relation to Exhibit FF1. But my lady, that it is not only for the proper process of these proceedings that it is necessary, but also to assist your ladyship and all the other parties involved, that advance notice must be given of what attendant amendments are going to be made. Lady, otherwise, I agree with what Ms. Hassan and Mr. Pienaar has said.
Thank you very much. Mr. Late, do you want to say something?
My lady, not. I agree, my lady, with Ms. Hassim and Mr. Pienaar, as well as Mr. van Bergen. I just want to make sure that it's of no purpose at this stage to ask for reasons why it was not done. It's not going to bring us any further. We must now get some practical guideline moving forward, my lady.
We know that it has not been done, but what we should do now is for Mr. Pishlela, I think, to indicate, as Mr. Pienaar has submitted, when will that be necessary? When will he be able to do that?
Yes,
although given the number,
practical way forward now.
Yes, given the number of the statements, I think, and his concern that he needs to sit down with the witness. So I don't know, because now
regarding that, my lady, I do not agree with Ms. Hassim. There's not 12 statements. There are only 6 statements, separate, different statements. There are not 12 statements, definitely not. I've prepared for the leading of this witness, and I don't know how many of those statements still need amendments, but they are definitely not 12 statements.
But I don't know what Mr. Pishlela would say. Ms. Hassim, I've noted you. I'll come back to you. I'm just looking at the time frame now. Remember when we were told about the schedule of the testimony of the witnesses, we're looking at a week each. So this is going to affect our week.
A lot.
If one takes into account yesterday, but then we cannot proceed in this fashion at all. Perhaps Mr. Pishlela, we'll come back to you just for you to indicate, because I think we should come back on Friday if possible. I think tomorrow it will give you ample time to sit and check each and everything.
My lady, if I may say, Mr. Pienaar prepared a document for his client, And the only thing that had to be done was for her to confirm the contents of that document.
Yes, that is what I said.
Yeah, it cut the proceedings in thirds. So it's not necessary to lead this witness to such a huge extent as Mr. Pichler has done. But I see Ms. Sim has asked for a word, but I know there are statements, several statements in the file, but a lot of them are duplicates of other statements.
Those are the things that he can verify.
Yes.
Ms. Hasim, just to close, I saw your hand was up.
My lady, simply to say that there are actually 12 statements in addition to the general statement at 547. I have all the case lines references. It's correct that some of them are repetition, but they still are admitted as statements in relation to respective docket, and they are specific to the deceased in that docket. So they're not identical, although large parts are repetition. But you know, I don't think it's something we can just ignore and say, well,
no, that's why I'm saying he will have to re-look at them, and then that will enable him to determine as to which ones are still relevant and which ones he can do away with. Yeah, Mr. I think, thank you very much. Unless if you want to say something. Mr. Pichela?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, as I said, you play it as it lies, but I don't have an objection to doing what is requested or required of me to do in this instance. I was merely mindful of the time that it will require for me to achieve that purpose. Tomorrow I can go and sit down with the witness and make the necessary amendments in writing and then submit them.
Today,
now
when
the problem,
sorry,
my lady.
Today, after the proceedings, you can sit and check all the statements as against your consultation with her and the notes, and tomorrow you know which aspects you're going to cover. And,
indeed, my lady.
Yes, and then we come back on Friday. We hope that you shall be having a proper notice to amend, which you have consulted with the witness about. Then that is going to curtail a lot of issues, because this evidence today, it has been so confusing and one has been very exhausted. I mean, I remember I even asked for a break of 2 minutes, you remember, because I was just not following what was happening, because the witness will say this, then you come back, you say, go back, tell us about this paragraph. The next thing the witness says something. I was informed. Well, that was not the case. You know, things like that.
It's the difficulty that I face. My only worry, my lady, is one, with regard to the second witness, because surely I will not be able to see them both.
Yes,
I still have to speak to her. I haven't received any indication of her amendment, so that is another difficulty. There I've got no point of reference. With this witness, I can do and I can complete that task. I'm just worried about the second witness, because if I don't have the amendment that she wishes to make, then
she is present in the proceedings.
Maybe she can speak for herself, madam.
Ms. Ngube?
I'm here.
Yes, you will have to talk to Mr. Pichela regarding this. We don't want to hear what you are going to discuss. I'm going to cut you short because Mr. Pichela is here. You are present, you hear what we are discussing. So the same pattern is going to be followed. You must avail yourself to your legal representative.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Pichela, for now, for Friday, you're going to concentrate on this witness, and once you are done, then you can start with Ms. Ngube. We don't want a situation where you will tell us that you were busy with Ms. Ngube. The witness is already under oath. She has started testifying, Ms. Morale. Yeah. I'm going to postpone these proceedings. Ms. Ngube, you can move away from the camera. We saw that your hand was up. This hairstyles, I don't know whether is she the same person. Okay, I hope it's the same person. All right. These proceedings, where is the witness and the interpreter?
I'm here, my lady.
Miss Ngube, if you can move away from the camera, thank you. Just Miss Ngube, we don't want to see you now, please, thank you. Mrs. Morale, I see Miss Ngube keeps on coming. Okay, let me just ignore her. Miss Morale, you are still under oath. I just want to warn you that you avail yourself in this court on Friday. Friday, it's which date? Is it the 22nd?
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes, you have been listening to the proceedings and how we're proceeding. So please ensure that you are available to consult with Mr. Pitela with regard to the amendments that you want the court to note regarding all the statements that you have made in these proceedings.
Ra kopa hore o gopole hore o sampe o itlamela hore o tla bolela nnete o ske wa lebala hore ka la botlhano e tla be le ka di 22 wa nyakega mo kgorong o tla swana hore o bolele le re phitlhela ka di phetogo tšeo nyakang go di bona mo pampitšaneng ya gago gore ge o buela mo khotho o bole hore le feditše ka ga o boledišana ka taba eo wa kwešiša. Yes, I understand, my lady.
Thank you very much. Before I think the proceedings will therefore be adjourned until Friday, the 22nd of July, 2022. I want us to remain just the representatives just for a case management meeting. Can I just find out if you have received the directive that I spoke about? If yes, not, maybe perhaps we can convene the meeting tomorrow morning. I must just check if you have all received it.
I have received it, my lady.
Okay.
My lady.
Okay.
May it please the court, my lady.
Can we then proceed, or do you want us to maybe hold the meeting tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know if all of you, or do you still want to look at it?
My lady, tomorrow I have to see the witness, so it's gonna
yes,
affect that arrangement.
I think you can be excused.
If we can do it now, my lady, then we can.
I don't know whether you had the opportunity of looking at it, but
I'm looking at it now, my lady. I don't think it's a problem.
All right. Yes, this is now a case management meeting. Nelisiwe, where are you? You can stop the recording now.
Noted, Judge.
Okay. Yes, we can proceed.